そう。主催側の私たちみんなが共に追い求める目標だったんだが、その後、話せば長くなるからやめておこう。話を私に戻そうか。各地を巡って音楽を宣伝する以外にも、実はちょっとだけ市場があったんだ。もったいぶらずに早く教えてくれ。先祖代々言い伝えられてきた話から話すことになるからな。みんな時間は大丈夫なのか？よ
うよ、物語を聞くのは好き。オイラたちも聞きたいぞ。
そうか。では話すとしよう。これは旅をしていた私の先祖がとある旅の最中に遭遇した出来事の話だ。不意に足を踏み外して水に落ち、あと少しで溺れ死ぬというところで、彼は抑揚ある音楽を耳にした。何でもその音楽は彼が人生で聴いたものの中で一番美しく、一番感動的なものだったという。そのような危機にあっても、この世のものとも思えぬような美しい音楽に。
I have a feeling that Fontaine is gonna be like probably the coolest nation in this game when it comes out later this year. Because this dude is like a preview to Fontaine. Just straight up over the top cool.
先祖の無事を確認するや否や、彼女は何も言わずにふらりと去っていった。追いかけて礼を言おうと思った先祖だったが、二人は十数歩しか離れていなかったのに、どう追いかけてもその距離は一向に縮まらなかったんだ。結局彼は仕方なく女性の後ろ姿と遠くのサンガにお辞儀をして感謝の意を伝え、きびすを返して故郷への帰路に着いた。故郷に戻ると、先祖は楽器の演奏を勉強し、詩人のように歌い語りながら旅をして、この物語を各地へと伝えていったんだ。その後、物語は言い伝えられる中で、芸術的なアレンジを加えられることも多くなった。女性はいつしか天女とされるようになったんだ。そしてやがて、フォンテーヌでは少しばかり名の知れた伝説になった。天女の見下ろす湖畔って名前でね。
Fontaine, the legend.
いい腕の奏者が楽器を演奏すると、目に見えない天女が一緒にセッションしてくれると人々はよく言うんだ。ああ、この話は人々の想像の中でだんだんロマンティックなものになっていき、今や現実離れしたものになってしまった。
I wasn't sure if there is some kind of topic, like technology topic worth talking about on stream this evening. But I was thinking, you know, there's actually a video on AMD's YouTube channel talking about direct storage, and they do have people from Luminous Productions, the people who made that game Forspoken, talking about it. So maybe I'll go over that. Because there's some interesting things that have been found out about direct storage.
まだ半世っていうほど長い時間を生きてないけど、でもその気持ちはわかるような気がする。おいらもハスの花パイの花の中心近くにある一番美味しいあんのところを取っておいたのに、食べるの美味しいんで。
I was thinking for Forspoken I might have to change the game audio to a different language so I don't, well, what is direct storage? Direct storage is a Microsoft technology that allows, it essentially allows an application to load a lot of 3D textures in memory using when I say memory, it loads it like from the drive. So it speeds up load times in games, but this could potentially be rolled out to other sort of applications besides games. I think games are the most obvious use case though.
彼は音楽の守護神であるとも聞いた。
There's this German YouTube channel. Well, I don't know if they're exactly a YouTube channel, but there's this German technology group that discovered that if you turn on direct storage, the load times, as expected, reduce dramatically. However, the average frame rate goes down. So that might explain some of why, when I was playing Forspoken yesterday, that might explain why the frame rate is very, very choppy.
これがチーンというやつか。絶対に私を分かってくれる人がいると思ったんだ。
本当？なんだか宝刀団の怪しいおじさんが警察層のおばあちゃんを騙すやり口みたいに聞こえるけど、元王帝君がお戻りになられたぞ。交通費か再選をくれれば、俺からあの方へ渡してやる。一家安泰を守ってくださるぞ。みたいな。よよ、安心してくれ。それに騙されないために一番大事なポイントはモラを渡さない。
They're talking about getting scammed.
感謝の意を表すため、確かに結構なモラをかけて。
Yeah, we might talk about direct storage. Actually, I might have to pull up that video. I might have to go over that video, actually.
じゃあ、ヨーヨはニーニとネーネ、あとおじちゃんを連れて BA 校の特警団に行くよ。カーネーネを探しに行こう。ヨーヨの知り合いはそんなに多くないし、お役に立てないかもしれないけど、でもカーネーネとネーネがいつも指してる七星だったら何でも知ってるよ。もしおじちゃんが騙されたなら、みんなは権利を守ってくれる。もし風の情報が正しくて確かなもので、まだ人を探し続けることになったら、やっぱりみんなに聞くのが
Might go over that actually.
しかし、そうなるとまた皆さんに迷惑を。
ちょうど新しく取った約束。
Okay, cool. Let's go. Go to Leeway Harbor. So direct storage, essentially, well, let's see, what is this? The way you can tell if it's enabled on your computer, first of all, it requires an NVMe SSD. I think. It might actually work on, well, yeah, no, I think it requires an NVMe drive. Yeah, it requires an NVMe drive because it sends and receives data over the PCIe bus, so it doesn't work with SATA because that's a different interface. So I think it's one of those. But there was an article somewhere. Oh, the first consumer PCIe Gen 5 SSD is for sale in Japan. A 2 terabyte SSD with the Ryzen controller is out. Hey, Mystic. Hold on, let me find that. Where is this? Why is it that I can never find these things when I need them? Direct storage? Oh yeah, enabling direct storage. Here it is. So there's an article talking about it, and I found that video. That YouTube video. Might have to do that. You have a question? What's the question? Hold on. Let me let's put this in English. Let's put this in English so that people can understand what they're saying without having to read the subtitles.
Wow. Liyue Harbor looks very different from when I came last. It's almost as if I'm listening to the same melody, but with a richer timbre and new variations added.
Well, we are here during Lantern Ride after all.
No, I don't have that. I've never seen that problem. But, can you describe the system hard crash? Does the computer turn off? Does the computer shut off?
Great. Let's go and check it out.
Or like
I can't
automatically
wait to get into
restart?
the city and see it all up close for myself. The streets are breathtaking. Smiles and laughter everywhere I look. It's contagious. I can almost feel the music in the air. I have the urge to start waving my conductor's baton.
I'm glad that you're enjoying the city.
But I think I might know what the problem is. Yeah, you have to describe the... You said hard crashes. Hard crashes means that it turns off? It just straight up freezes? And like when you say it freezes, it hard crashes and makes this I know what that you're talking about. So if you're listening to the audio, no, like it black screens, then boot up Windows. So it literally like restarts. So it just restarts on its own. That could be what kind of power supply do you have? Sounds like a... I think I know what the problem is. I think it's OCP. Sounds like OCP.
Fancy meeting you all here. What a nice...
But, so the motherboard lights... So basically, it like... it's like it shuts off and then turns back on its own. Almost like a power surge.
Paimon and Mr. Dvorak, right?
Right?
I've known them all for quite a while.
It when you say it makes this sound like... and then it like starts off. 850. What's the brand of power supply? Like, what's the power supply model?
When I was
Cooler
last
Master.
year advertising
Okay.
my stop for the iridescence tour, Shinyen was one of the few people willing to give me the time of day.
Feels like I've been chasing this iridescence for a bandwagon halfway around the world, but I keep getting stood up. What's going on, Mr. Dvorak?
I think I know what the problem is, but I'd have to check to make sure like who the OEM that builds that Cooler Master
Recently, and every time we've
is.
tried to put on a show, something or other has come up to stop our plans from materializing.
Is that right? I guess it can't be helped.
It could be OCP.
Harbor this time of year anyway.
What was the graphics card that you had before the XT? I think the XT is causing the power supply to trip OCP for some reason. I've seen this before with Vega 64 and the RTX 3090 Ti. Yeah, so it's probably the power supply doesn't like the power spikes. This is the same problem that affects the 3090 Ti, and potentially the 3090 is affected by this.
Wait, but we're going to meet the Leo.
It's transient power spikes is what it sounds like. And it
Miss Kuching and Miss
there is a
Kuching
game
and
that I
Miss
used to play that could cause that,
What?
to test for that, and it's Final Fantasy 15.
Opportunity. Well, sure, it might not work out, but it can't hurt to bring it up as a suggestion.
Yeah, it's probably transient power spikes. Let me check one other thing. I want to see what is the actual... Wait, what am I looking at here? Yeah. What is the transient spike that this... So, well... The 7900 XT is not too bad. Its transient power spikes can exceed 400 watts. It can go up to like 412 watts of power in a transient spike. But I've seen much worse. Like the 3080 can do 422. The XTX can do 455. The 3090 can do 485. The 4090 can do 508. The 3090 Ti can do 570. So it could be that. I don't know who makes that power supply. I'm trying to figure out who makes it. Just because Cooler Master's badge is on it doesn't mean that Cooler Master makes it. I can guarantee you right now. Oh, okay. I think I found it. So, is it Cooler Master V850 Gold? Because that's made by Ghost Power. I don't know who Ghost Power is. Okay, so it's the V850 Gold, probably V2. That's made by Ghost Power. I've never heard of them before. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it can't trip OCP. I have I'll like as an example, I have a 1000 watt Seasonic titanium, a prime titanium, and that will trip OCP with a Vega 64 and shut the whole computer off. So I had to get rid of my 1000 watt power supply because the older Seasonics were not good in the sense that they were too strict. They thought that the GPU was going to burn the house down or blow up the computer, so it would just shut itself off. When in reality, everything was fine. So the way I fixed the problem was I bought a Corsair HX 1200 watt, which is made by CWT, and I've never had any of those problems ever. In fact, I used the 3090 Ti, the XTX, the 7900 XT, all those GPUs with the Corsair HX 1200, and I've been totally fine. I recently now am using a 1300 watt MSI Meg with the special power cable for the 3090 Ti and the 4090 and the 4080. So I have that available, and those PCIe 5.0 connectors that come with an ATX 3.0 power supply, those are the ones that can. They're almost never going to trip OCP. So it's like those are probably the best solution, but that's most likely what it is, because the fact that the problem doesn't happen with the 6700 XT tells me that it's probably OCP on the power supply, especially because the computer like basically restarts itself. That is very indicative of a OCP scenario. So I've seen different things. I've seen the power supply shut the computer off completely and doesn't turn it back on. I've seen it shut it off and turn it back on immediately, almost like the power went out in the house. And then I've seen it like hard lock freeze with the sound, and then it just like turns off after a while. So I've seen all different flavors of OCP over the years. So it's probably that. It's gonna be hard to track down, to be honest, because I don't know who Ghost Power is, but Ghost Power is the ones who actually build that power supply. Yeah, that's probably OCP. All my power supplies, Seasonic, I run 3090 Ti way over clock setting. Yeah, but the thing, how old is your Seasonic unit? Because my Seasonic unit was from 2017 or so, something like that. And it was a specific model. It was the titanium efficiency. It was 80 plus titanium, which is the highest level, and it would literally just shut off. I would turn on Final Fantasy 15, run the... I don't think it was the... No, it was the opening scene with the fire and the explosions. And there was one explosion from Ifrit that would literally cause the computer to turn off every single time. It could be VR coming straight from the wall. I don't know if it's power coming straight from the wall, because the thing is, if it's power coming from the wall, it would trip the breaker. And that's very unlikely to happen. You'd have to be running like two computers off the same circuit, and they'd have to both have like 3090 Ti's overclocked and that sort of thing. You basically have to pull, like, I forgot what the amperage is. You'd have to be pulling more than like the those are probably like 15 amp breakers or 25 amp breakers, and you have to like exceed that at the wall, and that's very unlikely to happen. No, it's not the well, I mean it's the graphics card and the power supply. The power supply doesn't like the graphics card's power draw. If you had 3090 Ti, 4090, 6900 XT, 6950 XT, the 7900 XTX, all the cards would have the exact same problem.
I can put you in touch with some local artists. My friend Yunjin is a well-known opera singer and leader.
I mean,
with her support and a commission
I guess, but I don't know, because
But what about you, Shinyan?
I don't know. I don't think it's the wall. Because if you because think about it, like with the wall, you can plug in a vacuum cleaner, and a vacuum cleaner can use a lot of power as well. And if that's not tripping, if the vacuum cleaner is not turning off, then it's probably not the wall, or some other device that draws a lot of power. I think it's the power supply.
Okay. I'll give it a shot. But the opening act is not something to be chosen lightly, Shinyan.
I mean, have you tried
Judge your work by
uninstalling the drivers and reinstalling the drivers? I really don't think the drivers are the issue here. I'm leaning more toward it being the power supply. Just because I myself have experienced what OCP issues look like in the past, years ago. See, that's the reason why, like, I feel like a lot of YouTubers, tech tubers, they give the wrong advice. I'm not gonna name any names, but I'm tired of seeing videos where when certain large YouTube channels do PC build videos, and then they show, like, building a computer with, like, a 4090 or some 3090 Ti, and they use, like, an 850 watt power supply or a 750 watt power supply, and they're like, oh, it's good enough. You guys don't need to overspend. You don't need to waste money on a power supply, because, you know, that doesn't really matter. I don't agree with them at all. Like, I just think that's such bad advice. It's just annoying to see, like, so much misinformation like that.
Thank you for that.
Because the reality is, you might buy an 850 watt power supply that is more lenient in being able to let the power spikes go. Then you might end up buying one that's more strict, and it won't let certain power spikes go. So, you recently installed the 23.1.2 driver. So, one thing you can try, here's another thing you can try doing. Try limiting the frame rate in those games to not exceed 60 frames per second. If you VSync the game down to 60 frames per second, and if you no longer have the issue while you limit the frame rate, most likely it's the power supply. That is a really good way to troubleshoot it, or an easy way to troubleshoot it. Because when you limit the frame rate, you're going to reduce the power draw of the graphics card, so it's not going to use as much electricity, it won't pull as much out of the power supply. So the spikes will definitely be almost completely eliminated if you do that. No, 850 is not future-proofing. I haven't had an 850 watt unit since, like, 8 years ago.
Wait.
You've capped the frame rates, and oh wait, so when you cap the frame rates, does it not turn off? Well, it's sometimes it isn't even the quality of components. Like going back to my example with Seasonic, there was nothing wrong with my Seasonic power supply in terms of the components. The components are fine. It's just the way that the power supply is designed, it will not... It's too strict. It's like, if you're over this much amperage, I'm turning off. I don't care. So obviously those spikes will occasionally, like, stick above the limit. And when they stick above the upper limit, the power supply is like, nope, not going to allow this. Turn it off. So it doesn't crash. It's the power supply. It's definitely the power supply. The only other thing I can tell you is possibly your RAM, your actual system RAM is not stable, but that typically, that can cause a blue screen, but more likely what unstable RAM will do is it will just shut the game off. It'll like close the game to desktop. and it might have an error message or it might not have an error message. So that's indicative of system RAM being unstable, or some CPU overclock is unstable. That's what those issues look like. If they're like right near the line of being stable and unstable. Like for example, Forspoken was just closing out on me while I was trying to benchmark it. I had to lower my RAM speed down, like way down actually, like JDEC down, to get it to actually do those benchmarks. So I'll probably have to get a new memory kit, because right now I'm running 4 sticks of RAM on Zen 4, and I really kind of want to go back to 2 sticks of RAM. But with 4 sticks, I can do 64 gigabytes of RAM. I probably need to get like 2 32 gig sticks for the test computer, the one over there, the one that you guys saw me using for Intel Arc. Yeah, it's most likely it's power supply though. The CPU overclocking can do that too. Yeah, that is definitely worth checking though. Like, run the RAM at the JDEC stock speed, and then test it and see if it shuts off. Crucial ballistics. What is your what's your CPU? Or what? Like, is it AM4? I mean, is it like DDR4, DDR5 based? Ryzen's 50. So the 5800X is typically not the problem with these things. What's the RAM running at? Is the RAM running at like some insane, ridiculous speed? If your RAM is running at 3200 megahertz, it's probably not the RAM.
Oh, calm down now, dear.
And 3600 is usually okay, but that's technically an overclock.
I haven't seen you in days, Master.
3600. Drop the RAM to 3200 and then see if it is still doing that.
You do say the sweetest
If it's still doing that, though, even when the RAM's at 3200 megahertz and it's still doing that, then it's probably the power supply.
You're half right, Madam Ping. We were also
But
trying to
I'm trying to think, because it's like I've never had my computer like just shut off because of RAM. I've had games like literally just close on me when the RAM is unstable. Like Forspoken did that as an example.
Master.
So that's what I would do. Test it at 3200 megahertz, because that's official. That's the official maximum speed. Anything above that is considered an overclock. So it's not officially supported. So you'd have to rule that out.
Oh, right. Madam Ping, how would you feel about that? You're an elderly.
But I am probably going to have to get more DDR5.
Hearing your thoughts would
The free DDR5 for Micro Center just isn't enough. Have I played Dead Space? I know about the remaster. We talked about that on the previous stream. Unfortunately for Dead Space, it's launching at a weird time because I already bought Forspoken and I've already pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy. So I'm just gonna have to pass on Dead Space until it's like on some kind of sale or something.
No doubt very different from the tunes I was accustomed to in my youth. Nevertheless, all fine things in life can be appreciated. And so,
Forspoken is probably a good... Well, the problem is Forspoken's demo. The free demo doesn't include the benchmark, which I think is ridiculous. I think the demo, or the benchmark, should be in the demo. But the Forspoken demo is a good test to also see if the power supply is the problem.
today. Yao Yao, whatever have you been feeding them?
Master, you're in such a great mood today. You're even cracking jokes with the rest of us.
Oh, well, I'm sure you must have plenty to be getting on with. Yes? Run along now. Don't let me.
It's funny how we've been talking about power supplies and troubleshooting computers the whole time. This cutscene is still going. This cutscene is so long. I haven't been paying attention. I don't even know what, there's like flowers to, there's silk flowers. Okay. There's glace lilies. What am I supposed to do? Head near the village thing? Sturdy Woo. This guy's name is Sturdy Woo. This game has a great soundtrack. I like games with really good soundtracks. I don't think I'm alone in saying that, though. I think that's a pretty generic thing to say. It's like, I like games with good music. This game has really good music. Lightning Returns has one of my favorite soundtracks. Like, the thing about the 13 trilogy, I know it's random, like just changing the topic, talking about Final Fantasy 13 again. But that trilogy, like, the first game had really good ambient music. The second game had even better ambient music. And then I was thinking, like, after the second game, I was thinking, man, I can't see how they can outdo themselves even further. And then, like, the third game comes out, and the soundtrack is even better than the second one. The problem is every time, like when I was playing Lightning Returns, I got demonetized. YouTube demonetized my 2 videos that featured Lightning Returns because the music was playing, and apparently the music is too good, so it's ineligible for monetization.
What brings you here, Yao Yao?
That's why, I don't know, I might, like, maybe I'll try twitch.tv again, but I don't know, that platform is so saturated. I know YouTube is obviously saturated, but Twitch is, like, if you don't have a big following from the start, like, you're not even a small fish in a big pond, you're like a tiny plankton in the Pacific Ocean. Good luck trying to be discovered. Paimon, you're running your mouth again.
Thank you, but Paimon's criticism is quite valid. I do have a tendency to neglect matters outside of work.
I like how this dude's just walking around with us with a guitar on his back.
I don't believe we've been
He's just hanging out. He's got a monocle and a top hat from the 1800s. Like JP Morgan or something. Or John D. Rockefeller. Man, Fontaine is gonna be a blast. Like, all these games that I want to play are coming out in the first half of the year, which basically means the second half of the year is just gonna be Genshin Impact for me. Like, it's just gonna be this game again for like 6 months.
It may be a little difficult to make this happen.
Unless someone can convince me to go back to Final Fantasy 14.
The most important festival of the year. Our celebrations must not only be visually spectacular.
Which reminds me, like, we're supposed to get a Final Fantasy 14 expansion this year. I don't think we're going to get one, but technically, we should be getting one in Q4 of this year.
Brand new show will be received. It would be quite risky for us to bet everything on.
But I'm so behind on 14. Like, I know that patch 6.3 came out like a week or 2 ago or something like that, and there's a new ultimate, like Omega Ultimate. I'm not gonna waste my time with that right now. It's like,
I will submit a proposal requesting to put the Iridescence Tour special performance as the
good luck to all the people trying to do that in Party Finder.
Some live music will certainly add to the festive atmosphere on the night of the Lantern Rite. As for the venue, let's reserve a space at the docks.
But we will end the night on a high note.
Yes, my thoughts precisely. Now I just need to take some time to give this proposal some polish. As long as I clearly lay out the pros and cons, and highlight the key points of the proposal, given that Ping and the Traveler have both given the idea their blessing,
Ping and the Traveler.
I'm confident that Qixing will be sure to give it serious consideration. Mr. Dvorak, I will need.
Did she just say Ping and the Traveler? Who's Ping?
Will be coming to Liyue.
Oh wait, yeah. Madame Ping.
Oh, yes, certainly. Let's step to the side and discuss further.
Davrak. Is that supposed to be, that's not a German name. What type of name is that? I thought Fontaine's supposed to be French-based. It might be Danish?
Master once said that everyone has things that they are good at and things that they are less good at. So, with that in mind, Ganyu shouldn't feel compelled to become perfect at absolutely everything. I'm good at taking care of people, so that can be left to me.
That's why you're a healer. It's weird how the first Dendro healer in the game is a Liyue character and not a Sumeru character.
I'm afraid my backpack's empty now, but if you let me know what you like, I can bring you some of your favorite dishes next time we meet. Apart from lotus flower crisps, what else do you like? Anything sweet, and anything that's made from slime.
So that's like Jello?
Here's what I've drafted so far. Anything else you want to add?
No, this is excellent. I'm racking my brains, but I don't think you've missed a single thing.
Perfect. Then we'll leave it as is.
Man,
We'll make
like
an
the
official copy.
Hoyoverse has a massive budget for the voice acting market because it's like all the dialogue in this game, the vast majority of the dialogue is all voiced. All these like seasonal event things are all voiced in all these different languages. So it's like, can you imagine? Like the running budget for this game is probably pretty high. And the fact that they're cranking out content like every month, essentially. So man, these developers are like top tier in terms of like they're working at a breakneck pace all the time, but they're making like all the money. Genshin Impact is like right up there with like League of Legends in terms of earnings.
I will.
Might even be higher than, well, I don't know if it's high. Actually, I think Genshin Impact makes more, well, I don't know about now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Genshin Impact makes more money than League of Legends on a monthly basis. I don't know about annual, but like, because, I don't know. That'll be interesting to research. Like which game makes the most money every month. I think Fortnite, League of Legends, Genshin Impact, and probably some other mobile games that I don't pay attention to. Stay put and wait for 2 hours? Adjust the time to after 1800 hours?
That lady I just talked to, Ganyu, she really thinks of everything. It got me wondering. Could it be that all our failed attempts so far have been down to our failure to properly prepare for different contingencies?
I don't know, but that's some philosophical stuff that he's talking about. I don't know. That sounds very, very deep, I guess. Is there anything else to say?
That lady.
Okay, no, he just repeats. So much voice dialogue, though. So what do? I just need to change the time. Al-Haytham's going to Hogwarts when Hogwarts Legacy comes out. So he's like, I'm out. I'm leaving Genshin Impact world. Like, I'm out of here. Keqing and Ganyu arrive.
Greetings, traveler, Paimon, and Mr. Dvorak. Call me.
What did she say? What'd she call him?
Everything. I'll get straight to the point. The Qixing have approved Ganyu's proposal. Over the next few days, I will be working with Mr. Dvorak on behalf of
Dvorak?
to
What?
facilitate
How do
the
you...
organization of this
Dvorak becomes Dvorak? Dvorak? Is that how you pronounce that guy's name? Man, I thought the Liyue names were hard to pronounce. Keqing strikes again?
Please. The Qixing have a duty to deal with matters such as these.
I don't even think I'm saying her name correctly.
Forward to the next step.
Keqing is pronounced Keqing, or something like that. Keqing.
As such, it is my privilege to work with you on this exciting project.
Thank you so much, Keqing. I'd become quite discouraged after
Dvorak?
and was expecting the same outcome once again, so I didn't dare to get my hopes up. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined this going so smoothly.
Dvorak and
Dream
Kuchin.
come true. Right. Time for me to call in the performers. To stage a concert at a high-profile event like this is a rare opportunity. We'll make sure it's a night to remember.
Yes! Our music band's finally getting fired up!
Yes, indeed. I know exactly what I'm doing from here. For a musician, music will always be the language they are most fluent in.
What about your aunt? What about that fair lady?
Oh, that. Well, that can wait for another time.
Oh,
Huh?
Ganyu? What's wrong?
They told me all about Mr. Dvorak's situation.
Dvorak.
But I was so engrossed in drafting the proposal that I
Dvorak.
forgot all about it.
Oh, that's quite all right. I don't even know what the person I'm trying to find looks like, so it was always going to be a long shot. Don't worry about me, Ganyu. Your time and energy are needed elsewhere. I'm sure you already have plenty to deal with between this concert and everything else going on during the Lantern Rite.
Thanks. It was just that I had a few initial thoughts when I heard your story. For instance, I wonder if this lady your ancestor met might have been an Adeptus. What do you think?
It's definitely possible.
To tell you the truth, Mr. Dvorak, I am somewhat related to the Adepti myself. I am part human and part Qilin. The Qilin is an illuminated beast.
What?
I know how important your quest to get
She's
into
part
Hogwarts
illuminated.
must be to
What?
you, because I've been there myself before, trying to find out where I belonged.
Did you say the Adepti? And you're illuminated beast?
Illuminated beast? Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. This fair lady is an Adeptus?
Real? So it's not
So that basically means she has some kind of overpowered Goku Dragon Ball Z style powers? Who do we know fits that description?
There's nothing specifically stopping you from going there, but getting in and out of there is quite an ordeal.
Yes. Anyway, if you're looking to uncover a lost melody or shine light on a forgotten aspect of Liyue's cultural history, I'm probably not the best person to ask. But if it's a person you're looking for, then I just might be able to help.
Probably Lisa? A librarian?
I think I understand the situation now. In that case, Ganyu, shall we divide the work between us?
Yes, that was also my thought.
Great. So Mr. Dvorak and I will concentrate on things here in the city to make sure the concert goes according to plan. In the meantime, Ganyu will reach out to her network and try to find the person he's looking for. How's your workload at the moment? Will you be able to make time?
I can probably get through everything in 2 days.
2
As
days.
long as I don't sleep.
Wait, what do you mean as long as I don't sleep? Even for someone with illuminated beast blood in their veins, working for such an extended period without a break will take its
Hold
toll
up.
on your
Who's
health.
this Adeptus that they're talking about?
Not so persuasive coming from Kuchin.
Be it but 3 moons from the start, he who returns is not he that departs. Even I know the importance of maintaining a healthy work-life balance.
In that case, 3 days.
All right, I can work with that.
3 days?
If you have the time, would you join me for this search? You're well known to many of the Adepti and respected among the people. I'll feel much more at ease with your company.
Well, of course. I mean, the Adeptus look up to me.
Okay, then let's meet back here in 3 days.
Watch this space, Mr. Dvorak. We'll get to the bottom of this.
You're all so helpful and kind. I just...
Just think. Imagine if we found the Adeptus lady, or one of her descendants, and got them to
Adeptus
come to the
lady?
performance. Wouldn't that be amazing? It'd be such a happy reunion, and that's exactly what this festival's all about.
You're right. Okay, I'm gonna pull out all the stops to make this Lantern Rite a true extravaganza.
We should probably get going. Mr. Dvorak, could you come with me to
Dvorak.
Ooh, we're coming to you.
Okay, we're going with Kuchin.
What are your thoughts on music? What does it mean to you?
Music sounds nice?
Truth be told, The question of what music means to people is one that I've been pondering for quite some time. Let's revisit this question after the concert.
Well, I mean, the game has a good soundtrack. Oh, what's this? That's cool. Didn't reset my system though, just...
Bywin, what is it?
Per Lady Ningguang's
Wait, what
orders,
happened?
I've been gathering intelligence outside of the
Oh,
city to
Forspoken
control
crashed, didn't let me
and
play.
dispatching
Didn't reset
any
my
trouble
system though.
ahead of the festival.
Just Alt F4 type crash.
I'm
I've seen
told
that, and that
strange melody
the only way I was
sounds
able to fix
familiar
that
on the
was
coast. I was
memory.
wary of investigating further on my own, so I was just on my way to
Yeah,
repair
I've
this
seen that.
new
I've run into that
system.
exact problem with Forspoken.
But I'm worried that if we
With
don't
multiple
get
different, like, it doesn't matter what graphics card I'm using. It did it on Intel, it did it on one of the older AMD cards that I was trying to benchmark for that video that I just uploaded, and then it did it for the 3080, one of those two yesterday or the other day.
Yeah, Kuching.
I had to get rid of the memory overclock.
In the city that needs your attention. Leave it to us.
You press new game and it crashed on loading screen.
To handle it.
When it crashed, did it give you a error like file not found, validation, some, I forgot the generic error message that I saw.
Thank you. This will be a great help. I will inform Lady Ningguang about the situation.
But did you set the RAM down to 3200,
Again at Eugene Terrace and let me know.
Will do.
or is the RAM still 3600?
You have my thanks too. Stay safe and come back as soon as you're finished.
Good luck.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen it just closed. You set it down and it still did that?
Why'd they have to give me that transfer?
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those...
She said she'll reach out to the Yunhan Opera Troupe? Huh, I see. Then I'll arrange for a rehearsal venue and accommodation as soon as possible.
So it's running at 3200 megahertz, and
Everything should be ready tonight.
and Forspoken like
Many
just
thanks.
force closes itself like at the start.
You know, I once heard someone from Liyue describe a person as swift as lightning and agile as the wind. At the time, I thought it was a curious expression, and I had a hard time piecing
Because that's
together an
typically
interrelationship
what I've
to
seen when the memory is
Now,
not stable.
having
But
seen the
I don't
Kuching
know.
reaction,
That game
I
is...
honestly can't think of any other way to describe it. It's such a vivid and expressive phrase, a testament to the richness
Because
of Liyue's
3200
You're too kind, Mr. Dvorak.
is 3200. I know 3200 is officially supported, so you shouldn't have to like lower the memory down below that. I want to see like what is the official JDEC. Yeah, 3200 JDEC is considered 3200 DDR4 is a JDEC standard, so that shouldn't be the problem. Although I don't know, because that's I mean that's what I was thinking is the problem.
Wait.
Is your CPU running stock settings, or are you using like curve optimizer or some overclock or something? The other thing you want to make sure is everything should be like stock. So the RAM should be 3200. There shouldn't be any kind of CPU overclock. There shouldn't be any GPU overclock. It should all be stock settings when you're testing. If you're trying to rule out like software versus hardware, I mean that's what you have to do.
She said she'll reach out to the Yunhan Opera Troupe? Huh, then I'll arrange...
Many thanks, but now...
Okay.
You're too kind, Mr. Dvorak.
Okay, so what do we do? Are we supposed to... the three of us are supposed to stand here? Oh, no. Go to the place Bywin mentioned? Oh. Stock setting? Yeah. I've seen that problem too, though. Like, I ran into the problem with Forspoken closing like that. And the way I was able to fix it was the RAM.
Wait.
Yeah, the RAM advertised to run at 3600. That just means that when they built the RAM, it's designed with that XMP preset for 3600. But that's still officially, I mean, that's still considered an overclock. Anything above 3200 is an overclock. And that applies to both AMD CPUs and Intel CPUs. So that's just something to be aware of. Like, it's hard to say though, because the OCP can do weird things. Like if the transient causes, depends on the transient's duration. It depends on how long the power spike lasts. Sometimes power supply will turn off the computer or hard freeze. Sometimes it will, I don't know. Sometimes it will cause like the computer to have like really bad latency. It's hard to describe the various types of problems. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, try one of the games that cause the computer to turn to like hard lock and crash and have to reboot itself. Where is this thing? It's like way far away. Is it like near? Oh, I can just teleport over here, I guess. The reason why we're playing Genshin Impact is because this way I can just casually play this game and talk to viewers and possibly discuss like any sort of technology topic if people want to discuss something like that. Like we were talking about OCP. I might draw it out. I might draw it out in paint so you guys can visualize what the power supply does.
I was just wondering who in their right mind.
Oh, it's her, Yelan. You're not an Adeptus. You're just a regular human. Why are you here? Yelan, go back. Go away. Go away. You're not the Adeptus that we're looking for.
You look pretty alive to me. Can't have spooked you that bad.
What?
Fair enough.
Tss. You know anything about the strange music?
Ah, you're here for that too? Saves me a bit of explaining. Come with me. I've already reconned the perimeter, so we should be safe.
Man, this Adeptus better not be Xiao. This better be a female. Because the clue was that they said My Fair Lady. If it's Xiao, I'm gonna turn this game off. No more Xiao. Hold up. Is there stuff on the roof? No. Ooh, there's something over here.
The stuff by the door isn't pretty good.
You're surprised because he was running a 6900. No, he was running a 6700. He said he was running the 6700. 6700 uses like 220 something watts at full load.
This place is completely empty.
But I'm probably gonna have to draw. I'll draw it out in a little bit. Let me just finish what these people are telling me to do. I gotta do my chores. Examine a door.
Definitely wasn't a break-in.
This game. The things you have to do in this game. Investigate the door. Okay. Talk to Yelan. I don't know why she's here. She isn't even an Adeptus. She's just a regular human.
It looks like it's been looted.
She's basically an FBI agent who thinks she's cool. Okay. She should probably join the Turks from
Seems
Crisis
you've done a
Core.
pretty thorough inspection. So, any theories on what might have happened here?
Any theories? She didn't even do anything. She was just standing there the whole time while we have to investigate the
Why would I
door.
make this more difficult for you? We're on the same side here.
Okay, well,
Paimon gives up. Paimon's
Paimon's
got nothing.
What about you?
Paimon's got
Give
nothing.
up as well?
She leaves off the G. Nothing. I got nothing. She's like, what about you? Give up as well? It's difficult to theorize with so little evidence.
Yep. It's not obvious at first sight, that's for sure. To be honest, I was only able to put it all together because of some background knowledge about this area. A long time ago, there used to be a group of bandits in the Liyue countryside.
Oh, here we go again, bandits.
Every time they were about to raid a village. But it wasn't a rallying cry to rouse their fellow men. It was a disconcerting tune, meant to intimidate the weak and warn them of their impending doom. To escape with their lives, the villagers would abandon their homes and flee overnight, taking only their most valuable belongings with them. Everything else was left behind.
Oh,
The
yeah.
bandits were eventually brought to justice.
You crashed again.
The fear and trauma remained in the villagers' hearts.
So the computer
Whenever they
turned
heard
off?
the melody, they would feel like their lives were in danger once again, and flee immediately. The culprit of this crime exploited that very fear to get access to this house without having to force their
So
way
basically
in.
the computer like turned off and then rebooted, right?
That's quite the story.
The victims obviously will have gotten
309
full
watts for
fights,
the. You won't be able
but
to
at
see
least
the
they won't
spike
be in
though.
any great danger. The important
See, the
now
thing
to
is,
find this copycat criminal.
you cannot use Afterburner or some software program on the computer to see the actual spike. The only way to see that transient spike is to use very, very expensive electrical engineering equipment. Something called an oscilloscope is the only way to see that. Yeah, you won't be able to see the spike. I can tell you right now, I looked it up earlier. The spike is like, it's gonna be over 400 watts. Like at least 412 watts when that happens. Which is surprising though for that power supply, because honestly, 412 watts isn't really that bad. Like, the 6900 XT actually has spikes that are over 600 watts. So, and the 3090 Ti also. So the fact that your power supply. Oh, one thing I forgot to ask you: are you running a reference XT or are you running an AIB XT? Well, it shouldn't really matter as long as you have two 8-pins. But some of the, well, if you have an XTX, most of the AIBs, most of them, not all of them, but most of them have 3 8-pin. So that means the power spikes on those could be even higher. But the XT, oh, okay, so the reference, so then yeah, that's only dual 8-pin. Yeah, so your spikes are around like 400 something watts. Which isn't that bad though, but it really just depends on how sensitive that power supply is. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, because my Seasonic was a 1000 watt power supply that was just too strict, and it just wouldn't allow. So it's like the way it works. I guess what I'll do is let me open up Paint. I'll illustrate it so that you can understand better how this spike thing works. So where's my, is this gonna show up? Okay. So the way it occurs is you have voltage, whoops. You have voltage and you have time. Why is this not straight? Like, what? You have voltage and time. So this is voltage. And this is time. So, maybe I should flip it around. I'm trying to think. No, it should be like this. So, for a certain amount of time, the way the power supply works is it will enforce a specific... Actually, you know what? Well, okay. You can express this in either current or you can express this in voltage. So to make it easy to visualize, we'll just do voltage. But current would do the same thing. So for example, if we say, well, maybe we should do power, because power is the one that I know the number. But we'll just say, like, for example, well, okay, let's use wattage. Let's use power. Power in watts. And then time is going to be like in milliseconds. So if the power, there's like a strict limit, and this depends on the power supply's manufacturer. So this one is made by Ghost, what was the name again? Did I close? Wait, hold on. What happened here? Cooler Master, 850 watt. V850. Gauss Power. Gauss Power. I don't know, who are they? Who is Gauss Power? Gauss Power, they're definitely Chinese, I can tell you that. They might be Taiwanese. Let me go to their website. Gauss Power. Okay, they're Chinese. Gauss Power is a national key high-tech enterprise focusing on digital power, R&D, production, sales, and service. The R&D center is located in Bao'an, Shenzhen, and has been included in the list of Bao'an headquarters base construction. It has opportunity to jointly build a new headquarters base in Shenzhen. So this is a Chinese company that made this power supply. Gauss Power is what it shows on the internet. GaussPower.com. That's who made this power supply, not Cooler Master. Cooler Master is nothing more than a reseller, or like they're the partner that sells it, essentially. So they are kind of a reseller. So Gauss Power like sets a limit, like a spike. It will not, meaning for OCP and OPP. Wait, yeah. OCP, OPP is what we're talking about. This one is OPP, but we can also express this in OCP. OCP stands for OCP equals over current protection. It is a safety mechanism. This is a safety mechanism that's causing this problem. OPP over power protection. So these mechanisms are in place to prevent a fire hazard. They're to prevent electronics being destroyed due to too much current or too much voltage. I guess over voltage protection is another one. OVP. I don't really hear of that one, but that could be another one. So we know that power equals voltage times current. So the wattage is equal to the volts times the amps. So we know that this is a safety mechanism that is actually causing this problem, most likely. And they enforce the limit. The manufacturer decides the limit. So in this case, they could have specified a current... Well, realistically what this is, and maybe I should express this in current, because that's typically what it is, not really the power. But they might specify a limit of no more than 400 watts at a duration of, say, 20 milliseconds. They might enforce a rule on the power supply, meaning there is a circuit on the power supply that says if the power exceeds 40 watts in a time duration equal to 20 milliseconds of time. So we're going to call this 20 ms, 20 milliseconds. Because remember, the bottom one I drew out here is in milliseconds. So if it exceeds, not only does it have to be over 400 watts, but it has to be longer than 20 milliseconds, which means if we, let's see what happens. So you start up a game. Let's say you turn on Cyberpunk. The game's running. The game starts drawing power. But then you get into a combat scenario, or you're walking around, or you get in a car and it starts driving. It like shoots up like that. Bam. Now it's over the rule. However, it goes back down, and then it might be like that, or it might be like this, or whatever. So if it looks like this, because remember what I said, it must be over 400 watts, and it is not or, it is an and statement, so it means that both must be true. It has to exceed 20 milliseconds in duration. And because this spike was less than 20 milliseconds, it will not turn off the computer. The power supply will treat it as an exception, but it is within the tolerance of the power supply, so it will let it go. However, you start playing more, and then all of a sudden, there's another spike, but this time, that spike is something like that. And then it goes, whatever, and it's like that. Now, because this spike is longer, it's wider than 20 milliseconds in the time domain, this is going to cause the computer to turn off. Because it is over the line, it is over the number, 400, and it is longer than 20 milliseconds duration. That is going to trip over current, over voltage, over power protection. And that's what's going to turn it off. That's what's going to make it hang. That could be what's going on. Now, do I know what the actual limit is? No. Do I know what the actual spike is? No, because I'm not Gauss Power. I didn't make it. I don't actually know what the real numbers are. But I'm just trying to logically guess based off of understanding how overcurrent protection works. So that long duration above 400 watts, because this might only be, like up here. Like up here, for instance. This might only be like 410. This might be 420. So it depends on the power supply. So typically, usually, the higher wattage the power supply, the more tolerance it has for these type of power spikes. But the problem is you don't really know. So it's like it's a guessing game. The only thing I can tell you is you probably have to change a power supply. I know it's really annoying because that's going to be money to buy a new power supply. The only temporary workaround for this is to basically frame cap all your games until you can swap out the power supply. Because you can't claim the power supply is defective. You can't like open a ticket with Corsair and have them RMA it, because they're not gonna do anything. Like, even if they accept the RMA and they send you another one, the replacement is going to do the exact same thing. It's going to be another Gauss Power 850, and it's going to do the exact same thing. So, yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like, this is the reason why I tell people when I do build videos, like, when you're going to build a high-end, like, for example, the 7900 XT is a high-end graphics card. It's pretty much an enthusiast tier graphics card. It's very expensive. You would typically pair that up with a high-end computer. So a high-end graphics card begets a high-end everything else. High-end power supply, high-end CPU, high-end motherboard, high-end everything. Like, think about it like this, right? Like, if someone was going to go buy a car, if someone's going to go buy a car, like if someone was going to buy an expensive sports car, like a Corvette or a Nissan GTR, or, you know, some high-end sports car or some Italian exotic car, like a Ferrari, do you really think they're going to pair a high-end Ferrari with some cheap ghetto fake leather pleather seats? Like, is that what they're going to put inside that car? Is it going to be like some ghetto fake leather seats? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, everything in that car is going to match. All of it's going to be like high-end stuff. Leather stitching, perforated everything. So it's like LED lighting, like ambient lighting inside, heated seats, cooled seats, etc. Sunroof, this, everything. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you get a high-end graphics card, you have to pair it up with like a high-end power supply. And the thing that I always tell people is the power supply. Think of the power supply as the heart of the computer. So yeah, an 850 could be enough. 850 could be enough. But it depends, again, on who is the manufacturer. Because the manufacturer sets the limit for the protection feature. Some manufacturers understand that, you know, buyers are going to put high-end GPUs in their system, so they're going to make this more tolerant. Meaning, instead of the rule being like 420, like, this might be Gauss power. But, like, if we look at a different example... Let's say, let's use a different guy as another example. So let's move these guys down here. So now let's look at like Corsair, or let's look at CWT. So like I'm telling you right now, I am personally using a power supply made by CWT. And CWT has never done me wrong. Ever since I swapped from Seasonic to CWT, I can run 3090 Ti in Forspoken all day. I can run the XTX, the 7900 XT. I mean, you've seen my videos. It's like I'm not crashing while I'm streaming. In fact, while I'm live streaming, I'm using even more electricity while live streaming because the CPU is pegged higher in terms of utilization because of the stream, because having to constantly push stuff out to the internet via upload. All those packets are going through the network interface card on the motherboard. You know, there's way more stuff going on when you're live streaming in addition to playing the game. So I'm using CWT. I've been using them since like 2017, and I've never had any problems. So CWT sets a limit as well, but their limit might be something completely different. Like, for example, if this was the limit for these guys, CWT might actually set the limit to... we're going to have to erase these numbers because these numbers don't apply anymore. But their limit might be higher. Like, their limit might be, say, 700 watts. And their duration might be 35 milliseconds. Time T. Did I delete my... Okay. Move this. I don't want to, like, redraw this thing. So they might specify 35 milliseconds. Well, actually, I do need to draw it because that's a larger duration, or a longer duration. Right, so they have a longer range that that they'll accept the spike. Which means, here's the difference. So now, 700 watts. But the thing is, 700 watts is so high up there, their limit is like way up here somewhere. So now the spike would have to be so high, it would have to exceed 700 watts, which I can guarantee you the 7900 XT will not do that. So you'd have to use like dual graphics cards to ever see that, and Crossfire and SLI has been dead for a very, very long time. So, but you can see here, like, look, with this power supply, it's 35 milliseconds, and see. That massive power spike fits within the width of the 35 milliseconds, so it's not going to shut off. And that assumes that it's going above a higher limit, or whatever that upper limit is that CWT would set. So I'll give you some examples. Well, hold on. I can tell you right now, The power supply in the description of my live stream video right now is a CWT power supply. And that is the power supply that I personally am streaming on right now. Like right this second. I have an unboxing video. I have an installation video on the channel. But you don't have to get that one. That one's going to be really, really expensive. It's like a $300-something power supply. So, but what I can recommend you is a CWT unit. And you can choose like a 1000 watt CWT or maybe an 850 watt. But the thing is, as you go lower down the wattage, like if you go to 850, then it becomes harder to determine if the power supply is made by CWT. So CWT stands for a company called Channelwell Technology. Channelwell Technology. Oh, it's $500? Well, it was $300-something when I got it from, so I don't know. It's very hard to find because all the people who are buying 4090s and 4080s and 7900 XTs are buying up that power supply. Like, I've talked to people at Micro Center that get them, and the sales guys tell me, like, those power supplies never stay in stock. They get, like, 5 of them in, and then they're all gone within that one day. So it's like, it's going to be a problem to get a power supply. Power supply is going to be a problem. Just like with graphics cards, like hunting down an actual good power supply. Because see, the problem is, these are the sort of things that only people in the know about. So it's like, it's no surprise that the price on that unit is way high up there now. But anyway, what I'll tell you is that there's another brand you can look into. But if you just want to copy me, that's totally fine. Like I trust CWT. So if you want to go with CWT, that's totally fine. It's great. I've never had any problems. So, but the other brand that I will mention, because if it is too hard to find a CWT unit at a decent price, you might want to look for Super Flower. Super Flower is like the rival. These are the two secret brands, secret OEMs that make all the really, really good power supplies that have these long duration, high tolerance, OCP, whatever, OVP, over voltage. Like these are the two. These are the ones. Like these are the ones that do the thing, you know. Like, so that's in the know stuff right there. So I'll tell you another one. Like, who's the other one? Chickeny, if they're still around. Chickeny, I forget how to spell them. They're like another one. They used to make Corsair's RM850s years ago, like the first generation. Do you think warranty is important? XPG sells PSUs with 10-year warranty. The warranty is important, but I think the OEM matters the most. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, it's a thing. It's a thing. Like power supplies, people who are in the know are gonna buy up all the really, really good ones. But okay, I'll give you some OEM brand, or I'll give you some reseller brand names. So, Channelwell Technology is typically found in Corsair high-end power supplies. That's typically the most common one. You will also find them in MSI's brand new power supplies, like the one in my video description, for instance. So the MSI Meg and the MSI MPG with the ATX 3.0 units, those are going to be Channelwell Technology. If we talk about Super Flower, so Super Flower is another one. Like Super Flower is interesting because you can actually buy a Super Flower branded power supply. Like it literally says Super Flower on the box. But they're rare. Typically, if you're looking for Super Flower, the most common brand name is none other than the beloved EVGA. EVGA high-end power supplies are typically Super Flower power supplies. So that's a thing, that's more info. This is like secret knowledge. These are like trade secrets that I'm just kind of giving away here. So if you guys like this content, definitely like the video so we can spread the word on these sort of things, because these are the sort of things that you're never going to find from like your average big YouTube channel. They're never going to talk about stuff like this in this sort of detail. But yeah, it's a thing, like, you want to get a good power supply because, I mean, I've had my Corsair HX 1200 for years, and I've never had any of these problems. So these are the two that I would definitely go for. There is another one. Okay, so if you can find a Be Quiet power supply, Be Quiet power supplies are very, very good. But I don't know. I forget who is the actual OEM. It's either CWT or I don't know who it is. But Be Quiet definitely is like really, really good. Be Quiet power supplies have very, very high tolerance for overcurrent protection. Like probably the best in the industry. Right up there with like whatever the high end like 1500 watt Corsair AX, like the Corsair AX 1500i. You were over here losing your mind thinking I spent nearly 1K on a dud. Yeah, no. There's nothing wrong with the graphics card. It's just doing this. Like it's literally your graphics card does this and this. You know, and it just ends up spiking. That's just all there is to it. EVGA Supernova is most likely Super Flower. And that's a good one. I can double check for you, but I'm pretty sure that's EVGA Supernova 1000. Aim for like a 1000 watt power supply. Like if you want to buy a power supply and then never have to bother changing your power supply for like a whole decade, get like a 1000 watt power supply that is one of these two manufacturers, and then you'll be good to go. Like pretty much indefinitely. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out like, is there a... I think HEC is another one. But I think Superflower is still better than HEC. HEC is another one that you can look for. I don't know. Like, what I want to know is who makes the Be Quiet one. Okay, I can tell you right now, any power supply that you see that has a 10-year warranty, if it's an EVGA power supply, it's made by Superflower. The ones with the 10-year warranties are definitely Superflower. Because they just don't break down. They're so confident that their product is not going to fail, they're going to give you a 10-year warranty. But... I don't know. I'm reading some strange things online right now. That EVGA, it kind of depends, because I'm reading that EVGA might have moved around like to different suppliers during the pandemic. There were shortages getting capacitors from Superflower, so that EVGA might actually have moved around. Seasonic's good too, but I can't vouch for Seasonic because I like Joey in the chat is saying that he has a good Seasonic. But Joey, like, by all means, like, just let the chat know what is the specific model of power supply that you have. Like, the reason why I'm not going to mention Seasonic is because I personally ran into overcurrent protection with my Seasonic 1000 watt power supply years ago. So that's the reason why I'm not really going to mention Seasonic. I've kind of avoided them since then. But the newer units might be okay. So Seasonic is an OEM though. So like Seasonic, you know how we're talking about Channelwell and Superflower? Seasonic is just like these other two. Like they are their own OEM. and they rebrand like some of these other guys like Corsair and EVGA. I'm pretty sure like some of their units might actually be Seasonic, but not the really high end ones like the 1200 watt, the 1600 watt, the 1500 watt, the 1300 watt. Those are all going to be either like CWT or Superflower. XPG must be from Superflower. They're really cheap. Okay, so I'm reading this right now. XPG made its debut in the power supply market with the core reactor line, which is manufactured by Channelwell Technology. Okay, CWT makes XPG and consists of 3 models with capacities ranging from 650 watt to 850 watt. So those are CWT, the XPG one that Marcelo's mentioning. So CWT, there you go. CWT makes XPG unit. So I think looking at the looking at what's available, like let me just look on here. MSI MPG AI 1000. Man, you cannot find these power supplies. Oh, I found one. I found one on Newegg. ATX 3. It's $200. I found one. Hold on. I'll share my screen. Hold on. Wait, what is this? Okay. Where's my window? Okay, check this out. I found one. Here's one. This one's on Newegg. MSI MPG 1000G PCIe 5.0. This is a CWT. And the nice thing about this, even though I know you have an XT card, so you won't need to use this power cable, but it does actually feature that native 12 volt high power cable. You can see it there on the bottom right, like right above my head. That is the cable for the 4090 to avoid having to use the stupid breakout thing. So it does come with that, and that is a CWT unit. So that one is really, really good. So this is the one that I was trying to get from Micro Center, but they didn't have it, so I ended up spending even more money on the Mag one, the 1300 watt, the one that I'm actually using, the one that's in the description of the video. But yeah, this is the one. Because it's the one that does the thing. It has everything. It can support a 4090. And I can guarantee you the fact that this thing has that power connector means that it can handle the 3090 Ti. Because the 3090 Ti comes with that exact the adapter thing. I'm holding it right here. So that the 3-prong one, just like the 4080. So with that, I don't need to use this. It just sits here and does nothing. I just use it as a prop. But if I wanted to, I could like connect this thing, aka GeForce RTX 3090 Ti. It's a heavy boy. It's a big boy. It's like really tall, big box. But unfortunately, the most buyer's regret of any product I ever have purchased in terms of technology is this one. GeForce RTX 3080 Ti. The 3080 Ti cannot use the 12 volt high power connector because this stupid graphics card doesn't, like the fin array blocks the 4-pin on the top from actually connecting into the GPU. Very, very annoying. I'd have to modify the heatsink on this GPU if I wanted to use this with that actual power cable. So probably the worst graphics card that I've ever purchased. 3080 Ti. Yeah, hold on. Do they have a picture of the actual... Why do they not have, like, the cables? Well, anyway. There's the cable. Somebody messed it up. I don't know what he did. But you won't even need the cable because you're using it with a 7900 XT. This is what I personally would get if I were you. It's $200. It's a lot of money. But it's one of those things, you buy it and then forget about, like, ever having any of these problems again. Hold on. 4090 Ti. You mean... the rumored one. Oh, yeah. Did you see the 4090 Ti or Titan has leaked images on the heatsink? Yeah, that's... I mean, this one is one that if you get it, you'll probably won't have any problems. But if you can't find this one in your area, you know, just go with either a Be Quiet brand or a Corsair HX series or an EVGA Supernova. You'll probably be fine with any of those. So, interesting topic. This turned into like a video about overcurrent protection. Actually turned out to be something actually more useful than just me playing Genshin Impact the whole time. Oh wow, is that the Titan? That looks real. That doesn't look like someone 3D printed that. It even has like the UL thing on there. Man, that thing is thick. That is 4 slots. But see, okay, that is an NVIDIA graphics card that I might actually get. Because I'm not going to get the 4080. Definitely, that's a hard pass. 4090, I'm also probably going to pass. But 4090 Ti or Titan, now they have my attention. now you got my attention when it comes to NVIDIA GPUs. No, it's totally fine. Like Mystic, no, it's good. Like I think this sort of content is more useful for the audience than just me playing Genshin the whole time. Paimon and those guys are still waiting. Like it's funny. Like if we go back to the game, it's like nighttime now in the game. Like so much time has elapsed in the game that it's nighttime. If we use elemental, we could follow their tracks.
On any other day, that'd probably be a good idea. Unfortunately,
142 SMs. Because see, I always like the full die. I always want to buy the full die. And the fact that the 4090 is not the full die, that's why I'm kind of like holding out for NVIDIA.
It looks like they were also careful not to bring any gadgets.
Because the XTX is the full die. It's the full RDNA 3 die.
Most experienced investigators off their trail. Unfortunately for them, I'm one of the best trackers in the business. They're not about to get away with their little scheme on my watch.
And I don't know what they're going to do for the 4080 Ti, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a 4080 Ti later this year, in the second half of this year. 18,176 CUDA cores with 142 SMs.
I'll bet they left through an area with some
An overclocked 4090 Ti will make your house lights flicker. yeah, it will. No joke, guys, but like the 3090 Ti already can do that in my room. Like I have a lamp over there. If I turn that lamp, because that lamp plugs into the same outlet that all my computer over here is, and the PS5s, all that stuff's plugged into. If I have the lamp turned on, and if I'm running the 3090 Ti, like last year, I remember when I was testing 3090 Ti, the light would flicker. So I would just turn the light off because I was tired of the flickering. So yeah, it does. I'm guaranteed that Titan thing is definitely going to cause the lights to flicker. Where? I don't even know where we're going. Like, she's...
Here, look at this.
Okay.
These traps are superficial, but they definitely didn't occur naturally. Something heavy was being dragged this way.
You put yours on dedicated
meaning
breaker?
we're headed in the right direction.
I don't think it'll draw 800 watts. I think it could draw up to 600. The power spikes might be able to get to 700 watts. And remember, that's why I was showing you guys the graph with the CWT.
Normally, people carrying a heavy load slow
Because,
down as the
and here's the other thing too, going back to what Mystic was talking about, like, if you
Whatever's
buy
speed up,
a power supply that comes with that 4090 connector,
reaching
you're basically safe, and you won't have to deal with these overcurrent protection issues, because the fact that they're putting that connector on that unit means that they're certifying, they have actually tested in their lab with a 4090 or some, 3090 Ti or something that can actually use that cable.
There they are! Look! A treasure hoarder tent! Not the treasure hoarders again! And so close to Lantern Ride, too! 'Tis not the season for their antics!
Well, you're probably going to have to do that anyway for the time being. Where am I going? She wants me to go over there? Hold on, there's like a wild boar like right here. This thing's really dangerous. Bam! Okay. Ooh, there's cool stuff right here.
Hey, who are you? Where did you come from?
Yeah, 3090 Ti can pull only 600 plus watts. Man, all this talking about 3090 Ti, 4090 Ti makes me want to like do some testing with the 3090 Ti.
So why don't you do us both a favor?
Because the thing is, I haven't even had the 3090 Ti for that long, and it's like I'm already on the 7900 XTX. Just going back to that behemoth, like power pig GPU, it's like, Wait, what does she have? 32,000 HP? A really expensive bow with crit damage 88%? Noblesse. Why this? Like, why 4-piece Noblesse? Oh, I guess because when she does the ult, it'll be 20% stronger.
Seems like you're not all talk after all. There's no going back now. Better up my game. Mercy! Have mercy!
Well, you already know my opinion about the cooler on the 4080.
Finish the job.
I think
I surrender! I surrender, please!
I think Nvidia.
Please!
I don't really know why Nvidia put that cooler on the 4080
Everything.
because the 3080 doesn't even have the 3090's cooler,
Don't make me ask twice.
and they could have easily done the same thing there. I guess they figured it's more cost effective to just make one cooler SKU, even though in my opinion that's kind of wasteful because that's using up a lot more metal for no reason. You intend to get the ARC A770 limited edition best case scenario? It's between them. Well, okay, hold on. Yes, it's between them.
No, not at all. I'm just.
And sometimes it beats the 3060 Ti. It's just very, very game specific. But I'll tell you right now, you guys, okay, if you guys saw the last video, the most recent video I uploaded, well, one of the reasons why I chose those graphics cards specifically was because those GPUs, all the GPUs with the one exception, well, okay, in that video, the video that I'm talking about is the Forspoken 1440p. The reason why I chose those graphics cards is because I personally feel like if somebody is playing games on a 1440p monitor and they want to play Forspoken at 1440p, those are the sort of graphics cards that I can see being the right target for that resolution. Like, the 7900 XT is kind of the limit, the upper limit on how far I would go for 1440p, and then anything above the 7900 XT would be what I consider 4K. And then, like, on the low side of 1440, I would consider the 5700 XT for someone who is on an older GPU, you know, like a 1080 Ti performance tier. That's kind of the 5700 XT. So that kind of covers that entire range. Because the 6700 XT is basically a 2080 Ti, similar to 3070, somewhere in that ballpark. And then the Intel Arc is like a 3060 Ti, only it has double the amount of VRAM. So it's way better value than anything from NVIDIA. And the reason why I'm not going to showcase any of the NVIDIA cards, besides the fact that I don't actually have any of those 30 series NVIDIA cards in that mid-tier range, is for the simple fact that they're currently still above MSRP, so I cannot recommend them for 1440p in the mid-range, and they're just not good long-term value because they don't have the amount of VRAM, like the 3070, the 3060 Ti, the 3070 Ti. All three of those GPUs only have 8 gigabytes of VRAM, which puts them right there in the same figure as the 5700 XT, some older AMD RDNA 1 GPU from 2019, and you guys can see how that thing performs in the game. So imagine what happens when games become more VRAM limited. And the reason why I chose the standard preset, and I know, like, Joel left a comment talking about the native resolution, and I understand that, but the thing is, for the vast majority of people that just want to play the game and they want to know, like, does their 1080 Ti, can their 1080 Ti handle the game? Can their 5700 XT handle the game? And they want to be able to replicate the settings relatively easily without having to think too much about it, without having to remember, oh, did I remember to set motion blur on? Did I remember to set ray tracing off? You know, like those sort of things. Rather than having to do all that, rather than having to deal with all the variants of having to manually tweak every single setting in the list, you just set the preset and then just forget about it and see how does it actually run. So that's the reason why I chose standard, because standard covers all bases. It covers the 5700 XT and up. And then anything that's like weaker than a 5700 XT is what I consider a 1080p graphics card in 2023. So that's why I did it the way I did it. To make it easy for people to just blind copy standard 1440 borderless windowed, set it and forget it, and then just see how it does.
What is it? Is there something else?
I'm still not sure how you first.
But see, I don't know. I don't agree. I think if you're spending $1,200 or more on a graphics card, do you really want to be pairing that up with a 1440p monitor? Like, it seems so unbalanced. It seems so top heavy. Like the 4080, I would only pair that up with a 4K monitor. I would never pair that up with a 1440p monitor.
And happy lantern right.
It just doesn't. No, it just doesn't compute. I mean, there's people out there that I'm pretty sure there are people out there that are using 4090s with 1080p monitors. Like, there's people. I don't want to call them dumb, but like clearly they don't really know how to allocate their funds when it comes to a computer build. If they're pairing up a 4090, like depending on what AIB model they bought, they could have spent up to $2,000 on just the graphics card, and they're pairing that up with a 1080p monitor. Like, I think Wendell from Level 1 Techs said it best. Like, he said that there's people out there that do that, and he's like, if you're one of those people, I'd like to talk to you. You know, just curious, what are you doing? Like, can you explain the choice, the thought process there? Like, because if it's for some stupid excuse like, oh, for CSGO, like, guaranteed you can get just as high FPS at 1080p with even like a 3070 graphics card. So it's like, at that point, it doesn't make any difference because you'll be dealing with so much screen tear, and there's no 1080p panel that can handle like 700 frames per second or whatever in CS. It's like, that's supposed to help you? Okay. I highly doubt it.
curious, that's why. It's like when you have a tune stuck in your head, but you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, but there's and that's another thing too. The whole CPU bound. So it's like someone's gonna spend $2,000 on a graphics card, pair it up with some, you know, like 1080p monitor, and they're gonna run that with whatever CPU they want. Doesn't matter what CPU, and they're still gonna be CPU limited. So it's like, what was the point of buying that graphics card when you could have just bought like a more balanced graphics card for that resolution? Like, see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. But people are gonna do dumb things with their money, so it's like whatever. Like, the other thing, too, is, like, people... I've gotten a couple of questions, like, why did I buy the XT and the XTX? Well, let's think about that. The XT is $1,000. The XT is $900. The XTX is $1,000. So those two together is $1,900. Well, how much is the Strix 4090? Oh, wait, last I checked, it was $2,000. So $2,000 for one graphics card, or $1,900 for two graphics cards? Think of how much more YouTube content I can make with two graphics cards than I can with just one graphics card. So it's a better long-term investment. Because, in all honesty, like, you guys gotta think about it, too. Think about it realistically. Like, none of this, all the 4090's the GPU king. I know that. But the point is, like, there isn't anything that I can't do with any of the graphics cards that I have that I would have to do with a 4090, if that makes sense. Meaning, I have access to basically whatever technology. If I want to play around with DLSS, I can pop in the 3090 Ti. Like, if I want to do AV1, I can do that with Intel. I can do that with the 7900 XT or the XTX. You know, it's like, I have access to basically everything. There's nothing that NVIDIA, the 4090, can give me that... Whoa, what is this? What am I supposed to be doing here? I'm supposed to not even be there. There's nothing that the 4090 does that can benefit me in any way. Like, Genshin Impact runs at 60 frames per second. So, none of these graphics cards can make any difference in Genshin Impact. Same thing with, like, most MMOs. It's like you're going to be running them at, like... You're going to cap them at 120 FPS anyway, because it's an MMO, and it's like, why are you going to be dumping all that waste heat into your room anyway? See what I'm saying? So it's like...
That's great news.
You enjoyed the gacha game? This one? This one? Or what gacha game? You have to turn off DLSS to not be CPU limited on the 4080 on Minecraft. You did test One Piece Odyssey on Intel. Man, is this game is just gonna like keep throwing random cameos at me the whole time? Is that what this event is? Now we're talking to the millionaire woman herself?
On the contrary, I think it is
4K max settings, and I was almost getting a lock 60.
Alas, on a different day, I would
That's cool. Wait, 4K in oh, One Piece. For some reason, I thought you were talking about Minecraft. I was like, I don't know about that. Arc and 4K and Minecraft in the same sentence does not sound right. There's something that sounds off there.
Discussion on future collaboration opportunities. The financing arrangements alone could well entail many rounds of discussion. Simply put, there will always be work to do.
Because I don't regret my decision to buy Intel's graphics card at all. Like, when I could have gotten the 4090 on launch day, but I chose specifically to buy the Intel graphics card instead, I 100% have zero regrets. Because I've been able to do so many interesting things with the Intel graphics card that I would never be able to do with the NVIDIA graphics card. And the AMD cards are really, really fun to play around with too. Like, that's the other thing too. I might do a video about Radeon settings.
Him as a cheerful soul and a loyal friend. On this marvelous lantern rite, we pray that the fallen heroes may be guided home. If the sound of music can flow like the rivers and streams into every corner of the land, Perhaps the souls of those who have gone before us will hear the
Like, the cool thing about AMD is being able to figure out how to make their encoder look really, really good for live streaming. Because that was something that everybody was hating on AMD for live streaming for some reason. Well, I pretty much debunked that with like the Kingdom Hearts live stream that I did last year, the Crisis Core live stream, testing all the various custom encoder settings. In fact, we might do a video about encoder settings because I have a list of custom encoder settings for AVC and AV1, and I think the same encoder settings that apply to H.264 also apply to H.265. I think they're forwards compatible. Okay, something happened. What is this? What just happened? Like, who? Wait, okay. This is Yao Yao. This is the opera singer girl. I forget her name. Yunjin. This one is who's that? This one is Yelan, the detective that we just talked to earlier. But this has got to be the mystery Adeptus girl that everybody's talking about, but no one knows who she is. Because I don't know who this is. I think I have an idea of who this is. Oh, no. What am I talking about? Vigilance at Sea. That's the pirate girl. That's Beto. Never mind. Never mind. You're not the person the mystery person. Never mind. Radiant Sparks. So we're going to go do this. Oh, well, maybe we're done doing this. We have 8 days to do these things. Might as well just do all of it now. You enjoyed... Junija was saying, you enjoyed one gacha game? Was it this gacha game? This is a gacha game. This is probably one of the most notorious. This, and there's like another one. It's like Fate something? Fate Grand Order or something like that. That's like the most notorious gacha game on the planet. Although this one is definitely up there. Definitely up there. The amount of voiced dialogue in this game, though, is insane. Okay, what am I supposed to do? I'm just gonna skip all the dialogue and pretend like I know what I'm doing. Rocket propelled Paimon. Oh boy, time for Paimon and me to get blown sky high. No, okay, firework and gunpowder? No, whatever, let's just do this. Are we gonna fly in this one? What do we do? Oh, because I waited so long, the FOMO has like thrown every single thing at me now, so it's like I can do it all in one go. There's supposed to be a Zelda game that comes out in a few months. I don't know. I really think that Nintendo... Oh, okay. All I do is... This is gonna be like playing Mario. Super Mario. Here we go. What? Whoa. Oh, I didn't get enough air. Hold on. Why am I failing on the air? Huh? Am I doing something wrong? What? What am I supposed to do? Oh man, I guess this is what I get for not paying attention to the instructions. Am I supposed to be destroying these? I don't know. Or am I supposed to avoid them? There's no way to reach that. Not without like Kazuha or someone who can fly, who can like get actual air. How is someone supposed to get that? Oh, okay. I failed so bad. You can use this. I'd rather just like restart this. Oh wait, what? Okay, that's what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna have a terrible score. Try again, that was terrible. I think they should have chose a better place to put this because it's like right as you start, you automatically aggro those random mobs in the back. Ah, I see. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's like playing, I feel like I'm playing like Sonic the Hedgehog or Mario. Isn't there, oh, I guess I can just fly to this. So we're doing this one. Now I'm gonna do this one. It's like, I feel like I'm playing, like Super Mario Brothers or something, or Mario 64. That's what this gameplay feels like. These random, like, event things like this. Oh, but one thing I noticed about Forspoken, that game is the first game to actually utilize direct storage. And there is a video on YouTube by some German media outlet. They basically found that if you can't use direct storage because you don't install the game on an NVMe drive, then your frame rate is actually higher. It's like 10% higher than if you actually have access to direct storage. Meaning direct storage speeds up the load times, it reduces the load times, but it's constantly streaming data in and out of the PCIe Express bus to that NVMe drive. Because I found out, I ran into an interesting issue. Well, not issue, but I ran into an interesting observation with Forspoken when I was benchmarking it. So what I found was that when I was recording the footage, when I was recording the game footage, if I was writing to the same drive where the game was installed, while I was also trying to benchmark the game, the load times were significantly higher than if I was like writing the, like, encoding the video footage to a different drive. Oh, whoops, that's really bad. So you definitely want to use, like, what the? That's what you want to do. Okay, that's pretty cool. Did I get all of them? Yeah. Man, that's pretty cool. Whoa, yeah, man. Okay, this is pretty cool. Okay, except when I do that. That's not cool. Oh, I almost missed that one. That was cool. That was cool. I got all 200 coins. Wow. So if you put the game on the NVMe SSD, direct storage kicks in all by itself, and you can't disable it. Yes, there's no way. And that's what that video in the German video was talking about. That they were saying that there's no toggle anywhere to turn it off, like in the game settings. Either the developers need to patch that in. Because if you turn off direct storage, and I might actually do what I might actually do, I might move the game off of my NVMe drive. I might put it on like my legacy SATA SSD and see what happens. See if I actually get better frame times and better frame rate. Because one thing I noticed, you guys noticed in the stream with the Intel Arc graphics card, like the FPS was all over the place. Like it would be like 40, it would swing from as low as 35 FPS or something, all the way up to like 70 something, 80 something, and then it would dip. And that was even when I had like I had FSR all the way down to like ultra performance mode. So if you put the game, yeah. So basically they tested 3 different scenarios. So they tested man, hold on. Let me find the source. So I don't want to just keep saying the Germans. Like I want to like mention who they actually are. Who are these guys? PC Games Hardware. PC Games Hardware tested 3 different scenarios. So they tested a SATA SSD. So that basically does not allow direct storage because it is using SATA, and to use direct storage, you have to be using an NVMe drive because direct storage works over the PCIe bus. It doesn't work over the serial ATA interface. So they tested the SATA SSD. They tested a Gen 3 NVMe drive, which is what I personally am using, so that would cover my scenario. And then they also tested a Gen 4 NVMe. So a Gen 4 NVMe is equivalent to like the PlayStation 5, for example. And what they found, so they tested it with an RTX 4090, and what they found was the 4090, well actually we can hold on. Let's just do this. Hold on. Is the game audio too loud, by the way? If it's too loud, if the background music's too loud, I'm just gonna like turn it down.
Whatever.
Hold on, I'm trying to share. Where's the? Yeah, this thing. Okay, so this is what they tested. So they tested Forspoken with a 12th gen Intel CPU and an NVIDIA RTX 4090. And what they found was that the top one here, the first test is the SATA SSD. So this is no direct storage. This is just plain Jane default, like an old school any other game. And the average FPS on a 4090 was 83 FPS. Now, I don't know if they, I don't know what the actual settings are for this. I assume this is probably like ultra preset or something, and they just ran the benchmark. So they got 83 FPS with the SATA SSD, which means direct storage is off. Then when they turn direct storage on, they get 75 FPS if it's a Gen 3 NVMe. And then if they have a Gen 4, an even faster NVMe, it's slightly worse. But it's to me, it's like it's so slight that it's almost margin of error. But what's interesting is that it tells me that Gen 3 and Gen 4 perform very similar SSDs. Because I personally don't have any Gen 4 NVMe drive. Because I was actually thinking maybe I should go out and buy a Gen 4 NVMe drive to do more content with like direct storage testing and that sort of thing. Well, these guys kind of already did that for me. So this kind of proves to me that you don't really need a Gen 4 NVMe drive for direct storage. Now, one thing though that I don't really know is like what is the actual difference in the load time, because the PlayStation 5 requires Gen 4 NVMe, so you have to have the Gen 4 NVMe if you have a PlayStation 5. So I do have a Gen 4 NVMe. It's just in my PlayStation 5. So for my computer, for my PC, I've always used Gen 3 NVMe drives because they're cheaper. So you can save a lot of money, especially if you're buying, you know, like a 2 terabyte NVMe drive. 10% more FPS by just having a slower setup. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. It's really weird. But this kind of explains why... Well, okay, this doesn't really explain why the FPS is all over the place, because the minimum and the 1 percentile and the 0.2 percentile is still like really similar across all three of them. So, very interesting stuff. This to me is really, really interesting because the Spider-Man remastered game, which I don't have, but the Spider-Man game doesn't use direct storage. It uses something else. I forgot what it's called. It's like another Windows something. But there's actually an entire video about this. So it's like we can actually go into this. AMD's YouTube channel has a video 10 months ago. It was March 24th, 2022. AMD's actual YouTube channel has a whole video talking about Forspoken. I had no idea this existed, and the video's been out that long, and they literally have 2 developers talking about it. So let's actually go into this. All right, hold on. Let's where's the game? Let's close out of Genshin.
Hello, my name is Orion Serondou. I'm a software engineer at AMD, and I'm currently working.
Okay, so this guy is a software engineer at AMD, and he was, well, you know, the game's out now, but this is like a year ago. He was working with Luminous Productions, the company that developed Forspoken, duh. And so he worked with them. So when we're talking about like an AMD sponsored title, you know, all that means is that they had a software developer from AMD actually collaborate with the game developers at Luminous Productions. So what you'll see in this video, I have not actually watched the entire video, but it's like a 34-minute video, so we're not going to watch the whole thing on this channel. But it's a very interesting video because it goes in depth on how direct storage works and how Forspoken actually leverages that technology from Microsoft, and how AMD like worked with them to enable it to work with the PCIe interface for the Radeon graphics cards. Now, if you read up on it, it's really not that hard to implement. What it really requires is very, very fast read and writes. in order for it to actually function. And that is the reason why, oh, you guys can't see this guy because I'm in the way. I'm gonna have to turn my camera off. So let me do that. So this guy in the bottom right is the software developer at AMD. So you see, I'll just leave the subtitles on. Working with Luminous Productions on their upcoming game Forspoken. My role is to help them
with Luminous Production on their upcoming game Forspoken. My role is to help them implementing our technologies into their engine. I am today co-presenting this presentation with Teppei Ono from Luminous Productions. He is the director of the Luminous Engine project. This talk will introduce some of the technologies present in Forspoken. This session will be separated into 5 parts.
Okay, so what I can't believe, what still is so kind of shocking here, is the fact that this video has been up on the internet for almost a year, talking about all of this, and it's like, this just kind of slipped under the radar, and in my mind, like, I should have been on top of this, because it's like, typically, if it's a gaming technology like direct storage, I should have known about this. So I feel kind of dumb when I saw this the other day, because this really talks a lot about direct storage, and this also explains why the game behaves so strangely in terms of the frame rate, because it's almost like the frame rate is somewhat tied to the data transfer for the game assets being loaded via direct storage, which is really odd.
First, Ono-san from Luminous Productions will introduce Forspoken and himself. After that, I will briefly talk about the partnership with AMD.
So there's going to be 2 guys in this video. So the guy from AMD, so the guy talking right now, so he's a software developer from AMD. Later on in the video, you'll see another software developer. Well, that's actually the director of Forspoken. Is a Japanese guy working on Forspoken, and he talks about like what they did on their side. So I'm just gonna leave this run. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Then I will detail the AMD technologies present in the engine, along with some modification we've been making together. Ono-san will then talk about direct storage and its implementation. Finally, I will wrap up the session with some closing words. Now, I will let Ono-san introduce himself and Forspoken, the game he's working on.
Hello, my name is Teppei Ono, and I'm the technical director of the Luminous engine at Luminous Productions. Forspoken is a PlayStation 5 and PC title scheduled to release on October 11th. We have implemented many AMD graphics features and Microsoft Direct Storage into it. With its high-end graphics and fast loading times of its first world, this is a game that will make you experience the next generation.
AMD has been working in collaboration with Luminous Productions on Forspoken since July 2021. We have closely followed the progress of the game and verified how AMD technologies were implemented, as well as providing support. AMD is supporting Luminous in the following way. We are ensuring the correctness of the implementation of our technologies. We are helping them with code modification and customization if needed. We are reporting bugs, and we are also performing regular performance checks and help them with performance tuning. A benchmark is also present to help us track the evolution of the application along its development. This is my role as a dev tech, but I'm also the interface to the whole AMD game engineering team composed of employees with multiple expertise. Luminous Productions showed a lot of interest in our technologies. As a result, Forspoken is a very special title for us, as it is one of the games that use many AMD technologies at the same time. Furthermore, those are used on PC and PlayStation 5. The included technologies under the name Fidelity FX are our single pass.
Okay, I'm back.
Our denoiser, our ambient occlusion.
So basically, this guy's looks like he's just talking about all the different things.
variable shading.
So okay, he's mentioning all this Fidelity FX stuff, and the thing that I've noticed with the way that the presets work with this game, with Forspoken specifically, is they're very much tied to running FSR, which I don't know if they. Well, okay, watching this video kind of explains that they actually kind of need this stuff. What's interesting here is if you look at this, Fidelity FX, downsampler, ambient occlusion, denoiser, screen space reflections, variable shading, super resolution. So the bottom right, this is the FSR stuff that you can turn on or off. But it says right here, Forspoken is one of the games that use many AMD technologies in parallel, used on both the PC and the PlayStation 5. Which means that all this stuff right here is what's implemented in the PlayStation 5, which is really interesting, because I didn't actually know that it was directly the actual Fidelity FX API like that they were using. The framework is actually used on the PlayStation 5, which is very, very interesting. Hold on, so let me look at the chat here. You like Genshin, but RNG, not with character, but artifacts made me want to tear my hair out. I don't farm artifacts. Like I've never bothered. That way it's much more enjoyable. 10% more DirectX agility. What's DirectX agility? Does Minecraft have DLSS? It has DLSS 2.1 for Windows 10. Okay, Bedrock thing. Okay, so basically, it seems like this right here explains the reason why when you mess with the presets in Forspoken, they all turn on the Fidelity FX. And FSR is attached to that. And that's because all this stuff is baked into the game. With that.
Effect and our super resolution effect. I will detail each of them in the coming slides.
So that's really interesting.
A quick disclaimer, at the time of the recording, all of these effects are work in progress, and the look of them is subject to change. Single Pass Downsampler, or SPD for short, is a way to create quickly and accurately the full or partial mid-chain of a texture. Because it is a single dispatch and a single header file, it is very easy to integrate in any engine. The code supports many downsample types, like minimum, maximum, average, and in fact it can be completely customized. Because it is a single compute dispatch, it offers a good performance improvement.
What was the topic? Like, what was the original topic, though? Like, we're way off topic, but like, what was the original topic?
multiple dispatches or draw calls. It is used extensively in the engine to densify the buffer for screen
We're way off topic. I don't even know what the original topic was. Oh, upcoming games and hardware. This is so not the title of the video.
Now, I want
to
talk
Minecraft
about
was,
our
well,
vertical
okay.
effect called Cacao. Cacao stands for Combined Adaptive.
This is interesting. I'm not going to watch the whole thing here, but what's cool about this is this Cacao is a very customizable SSAO solution. What I don't understand, though, what I find kind of strange about all of this is the fact that AMD seems to be making like a whole bunch of new stuff with their Fidelity FX. But the thing is, they already had some of these things. Like, they already had an ambient occlusion technology called HDAO, which was in Devil May Cry 5. And ever since Devil May Cry 5, like, I haven't seen any other game, that at least the ones that I know of, that have featured HDAO. Like, whatever happened to that? NVIDIA's one is called HBAO Plus. So HDAO from AMD stands for High Definition Ambient Occlusion. Now, I don't understand why they had to go and make this Cacao thing when they already had HDAO. Like, why don't they just pull that into the Fidelity FX ambient occlusion library and just use that? But instead, they went and made all this stuff. Far Cry 3 had it. Yeah, but Far Cry 3 is like an older game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't watched the video, but I saw the video in my recommended list. But they had HDAO, and HDAO actually looks pretty good. NVIDIA's one is called HBAO Plus, and that stands for Horizontal-Based Ambient Occlusion Plus, which essentially does the exact same thing. So, and NVIDIA's never changed theirs. I don't really know why AMD went and made another one. Like, I don't know. And the thing is, AMD will make all these new features, but yet for some reason, like, no one really knows about them. It's like, as soon as NVIDIA makes something, everybody and their mom and their dog somehow know about it. And then, like, when AMD makes something, no one really knows about it for, like, a good 6 months to a year.
Occlusion. This is a very customizable...
Like, I can't remember how many people never knew that AMD had their own shadow play. Like, does NVIDIA pick better, more catchy names? Like, what's the difference here? Because AMD always had Relive. Relive was what they called theirs, or yeah, I guess they need to do a better job choosing names. Although Infinity Fabric sounds pretty cool, Infinity Cache sounds pretty cool compared to just saying Encore.
Space ambient occlusion solution. For this effect, Luminous Production has wanted an ambient occlusion solution with a short output. Like all of our effects, they have access to the source code, and we have been working together on a modified version of the algorithm that operates at a higher resolution to reach the desired look. The code is pure compute and is currently executed on the async compute queue. This is a screenshot of the ambient occlusion output.
What's interesting is they also show actual, like, stuff from the game way before the game ever came out. Like, remember, this video was March of last year.
To keep the ambient occlusion as sharp as design.
And I know this scene. This is in the very beginning of the game. She comes out of the police station or the courthouse.
To further improve the look of the
RTAO.
the game
What is RTAO? Oh, ray traced ambient occlusion.
RTAO.
So hold up. Now there's a ray traced ambient occlusion is used in conjunction with Cacao to improve ambient occlusion. Oh, this is the ray traced ambient occlusion setting in the game. So that's what this is.
Doesn't replace Cacao, but it works in conjunction with it.
Currently takes roughly 2.3 milliseconds at 4K output on a Radeon 6900 XT. Okay, my question to AMD is, where is the driver for the RDNA 2 and older graphics cards for this game? Because, oh wait, we have the bots found me. Hold on, the bots found me. Well, anyway, where is the driver for RDNA 2 that supports Forspoken? because when I went to go and benchmark the 6900 XT the other day for that video that I uploaded on the channel, like when I went to fire up Forspoken, the game literally greets me with a pop-up saying, your drivers are outdated, and then it gives you some vague, in parentheses, 2020.1. Like, what does that mean? Because my driver was from November of 2022. Oh, and by the way, there's no current newer driver for the 6900 XT that has official support for Forspoken. So it's like, this dude from AMD and like these guys, I know these guys are working on this, but it's like, why are the GPUs that they tested the game with when they were developing all this stuff, why do these GPUs not have an official driver that has support? I mean, Intel has a beta driver that has support. It literally says Forspoken in the release notes. NVIDIA's latest driver also has support for Forspoken. It mentions it. The AMD drivers for the 7900 XT and the XTX also have a driver that supports Forspoken. But what about the 6000 series and the 5000 series and Vega and all the other stuff that's still officially supported? So, yeah.
RTO works in 3 main steps. First, we create a mask based on the distance to the camera, where the rays can be traced.
It does something. I wonder if they're actually going to show like a... Okay, hold on. He's going to show something here and that shows how it actually works.
Is used here as it works for both shadows and...
The thing I'll say about Forspoken, I know the reviews on that game are very mixed, but the fact remains that that game is going to go down in history as like a first of its kind. It's the first direct storage based game. It's the new like Crisis type game in terms of how hard it is to run. Yeah, it's going to be a very memorable game. I think 2023 is going to be full of games that are a joy to try to run on high-end hardware.
Currently, the whole effect takes around 2.3 milliseconds for a 4K output on a Radeon 6900 XT.
Yeah, they really need to combine the drivers back together, I think.
Shows the ambient occlusion mask. As you can see, it is generated based on the distance to the camera.
So it depends on how...
The character will receive more ray traced.
It depends on... Okay, so what he's saying is the ray traced ambient occlusion depends on how close an object is to the viewport, to the front of the viewport. So basically how close it is to the camera, or how close it is to you, the viewer, looking at the frame.
Stairs behind. Here is the denoised ambient occlusion. It's very clean and soft, especially on the character. It is in fact generated from a very small buffer, as I said before, less than quarter of the resolution, and our denoiser is able to resolve a lot of the details. For comparison purpose, here is a previous Cacao output before using ray trace ambient occlusion.
Okay.
The ray trace ambient occlusion buffer is blended with the Cacao based on the mask. The natural blending greatly improves the look of the ambient occlusion on the character and on the stairs behind. Stochastic screen space reflection, or SSR for short, is an advanced algorithm.
Crisis 4 and Forspoken battle will be legendary. Yeah, yeah, it will. Well, we'll see how Hogwarts Legacy stacks up too, because they're gonna jump in the fray pretty soon.
Based on hierarchical depth buffer traversal. Note that SPD is used there to generate a pyramid of depth.
Because right now, Hogwarts Legacy has so much hype. There is a massive mountain of momentum behind the hype train on that one.
We could have access to some feature in advance, such as...
It's probably the most... That game probably is probably going to win, like, most pre-orders for 2023.
Luminous Productions also needed some improvement and many customization to fit their engine. In the following slides, I will detail 2 of the main ones. A new environment map fetching,
alright, so this stochastic screen space reflections and denoiser.
I will start with the environment map fetching.
Only one environment map. Environment map is a cube map.
Is prefetched in the classification pass where SSR won't run. Then the
This-
SSR value is blended with the environment map. based
So
on
this
the
is just
computer
explaining how they're
computed
doing
during
the
test session.
the screen space
This
reflections.
factor is never outputted by
So
the path
this
because
might
the blending
actually
happens
explain why
inside
the
detection path.
the field
Finally,
map
the denoiser denotes
FPS is so much
This is
worse
summarized
than
by
the
formula
instance
displayed
based.
here. The main limitation is that our sample only use one environment map, which is a cube map.
Hold on, let's skip
We
ahead here.
cannot efficiently prefetch
So color
multiple
is the
environment
sum
maps and
of
factors. It is also challenging
whatever
to
B
find
is.
when to run the denoiser.
B.
We had to find a way to modify SSSR without modifying the pipeline.
I don't know what these variables are. B, R, D. D is the denoiser.
To stay close to their previous solution, the idea was to modify our
B is some coefficient of
denoiser
something.
confidence along with the color and output them together.
I don't know what that is, but anyway,
Then
this
we
is
can
how
feed
they.
with denoised confidence into
This is
the
how they
classes.
compute the color for the
This formula
pipelines.
depicts
So okay,
what we
that's
have done.
yeah, whatever. That's cool.
Correct occluders
Go
during
here.
relaunching.
SSR
On
stops
this
from
diagram,
hitting
you can see
inocular.
how the algorithm works.
Oh, this might be why the
red
FPS is so
traverses the
bad.
buffer, and when it hits it, the algorithm stops.
Because see, the problem is
So
I
as soon
don't
as the
think
ray
they're.
is occluded,
Well,
the
this isn't the
algorithm exits.
reason. This is
And the confidence is
part of.
calculated.
This is what helps create
However,
the symptom of the
some occlusion
FPS
can
being
occur
so
if thin object
random.
close to the camera prevents
Because
rays from traversing the
there's
background.
there's so much that's
On the
not
diagram,
being
this is the
culled.
case with the
Like
ray
there's
today.
so many objects and textures in the environment that are not being
We first decided
removed
to try
when they're
this
not
inversion in our
visible.
sample.
I think that's part of the problem.
Here is a screenshot of a reflection buffer.
There's
in our
there's
sample
very
before
very
modification.
little object culling, if any at all, in this game, and I think that's the root cause of
Notice
why
some
the
of the
FPS is
occlusions highlighted
so
here.
terrible.
The pawn occludes the horse reflection. Another pawn occludes the king's reflection. So we added a parameter to reject some hits.
All
When
right,
the
so
ray
let's
is in the
kind of
occluder,
skip
we can
through
decide
here.
to whether trees
Hold
are
on.
not fully visible on the body of water.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, I want to hear
with
this
a
part
denoised
because this is
screen trace reflection effect. Some reflection on the legs are missing on the side of the screen, as you can see. The trees are not fully resolved. Here is a screenshot of the first SSSR implemented into the game with a denoised confidence factor. Notice the better reflection on the border of the screen. The trees are not fully visible on the body of water. However, you can also notice the incorrect occlusion caused by the foliage.
yeah.
This is still a work in progress, but after this change, most of the incorrect occlusion is resolved.
See, did you guys see that problem they was
Also, not
mentioning?
visible on the
So
body of
right
water.
here, see how the plant that's in the foreground is occluding the reflection of the mountain on the water. So because the way the plant is allocating its screen space, there's not basically the sampling interval that the luminous engine is using on this object is not there's not enough samples, so it doesn't cut this up enough so that the mountain can be reflected in here. This is occluding the mountain behind it, which is on the water, or it's being reflected on the water. So he said that's a work in progress, and that's something that they.
However,
But remember, this
you
is like a
cannot
year
notice the
ago,
incorrect
so that was
occlusion
already
caused by
resolved.
the
Because I didn't
foliage.
notice that problem. Yeah, it's more kind of like
This is
this.
still a work in progress, but after this change, most of the incorrect occlusion is resolved now. Also note that the sharpness of the reflection of the water has been vastly improved due to other modifications. Variable shading takes advantage of a new
Variable shading. Okay, here's another thing that's like in the global menu, which I had turned off when I was playing this on the XTX. And then I had it off with the Intel graphics card. Then I eventually turned it on with the Intel graphics card. But when I benchmarked the game for YouTube, it's like I left this off. But this uses the luminance variation within a tile to create the shading rate texture. So it's like this basically this is kind of like variable bitrate for those who are familiar with streaming technology. So like when we used to stream to YouTube and Twitch, we a long time ago when live streaming was not really that popularized, we used to use variable bitrate for live streaming. But today, everything is constant bitrate because it has to do with the network infrastructure between YouTube's ingest server and where the person who's streaming to the internet is located physically. So variable rate shading is the same concept. So instead of using a constant rate to shade all the textures, this will vary the rate at which the pixel shader operates. So that's really, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does improve frame rate, while not really changing the overall image quality.
Ray shading
Used for lighting, which is blended to render target textures are at full
AMD
resolution, no
Radeon
impact.
20
Yeah, see,
GPUs.
so the textures are
This
shaded
feature
still at
allows
full
you to shade
resolution,
along
so there
the
is no
line.
impact to the quality.
If used well, you can save some precious time in your rendering without compromising the quality of your image. Variable shading uses the luminance variation within the tile from the
This can
projected
reduce the
previous
milliseconds
frame
needed to render a frame.
Also, in the luminance engine, variable shading operates only at the
Meaning
light
textures
level.
that are more
So textures
detailed
affected by it.
or have more
As a
geometry
result,
to them
the image
can be
quality is
shaded
compromised.
slower or faster versus other textures
This is a
that
screenshot
do
of
not
the
have
game
as much
without variable
complexity.
shading.
Typically ones with
Every
more
pixel is
geometry,
shaded at full
more
height.
complex textures will be shaded slower, and ones that have less variance will be shaded faster.
From the reprojected previous frame, a shading rate texture is generated.
So I think in this
On
scenario,
image, red is full rate, while green
yes,
is a
so
2 by
the
2
red
shading
is the
rate.
more complex.
You can see that most of the image is in fact 2 by 2.
2 by 2 is very, very fast. Yeah.
Overlay with a final image, we can see how the algorithm works. It detects tiles with high contrast and sets a full shading there. The ground is black and white, hence the full shading rate. The low contrast area, like the one in shadows, use a 2 by 2 one. This is the final image with variable shading active. The difference is unnoticeable.
This is a pretty cool video because this does show you what it's like for a graphics card manufacturer or a graphics card
I have
company
zoomed
like
to a place
AMD
where 2 by 2
to
shading
collaborate
is
with a
used.
game development
As you can see,
studio.
there is very, very little difference.
Because this guy didn't make the game. This guy is from AMD.
Hybrid shadows is a technique to reduce the number of rays to trace while keeping current shadows. It isn't necessary to ray trace everywhere because in most cases, the usual shadow maps have enough information.
This is interesting, but let's kind of skip
You
now
only
over
really
to
need
the
to ray
other.
trace at the border of the shadows, or if you want
He's talking
to
about
get beautiful
shadows.
penumbras.
Oh, now he's talking about ray trace
The algorithm works the
shadows.
following way. First, you create a mask where you allow the algorithm to trace rays. Then, a classification pass finds where the ray should be traced and where shadow maps is enough. You trace the ray, denoise the result, and then blends everything at the end. This process takes currently 3.3 milliseconds for 4K output on a Radeon 6900 XT. To show the benefits of a solution, here is a screenshot of a game without ray trace shadows. I have highlighted some areas where shadow exhibits some artifacts, for example on the balustrade. The character garments also don't cast shadow on the protagonist. Finally, the character shadow is also a bit fuzzy, and the shadow map resolution can be seen in motion. With ray trace shadows active,
So
three
that's the
highlighted areas
difference?
are greatly improved. The
That's
shadow
what
on
ray
the
trace
balustrade is
shadow.
straight.
So hold up. This
The
is
character-
because the other day I was trying to figure out like what is the difference between the ray trace shadow and the non-ray trace shadow. Hold on. So this is the non. This is the ray traced. So you have non-ray traced, which yeah, I can see it looks the outline for her shadow behind her. It does looks like a little aliased on that on the bricks there, on that stone wall. But then the ray trace one, like what's the difference? Like okay, it's sharper. The shadows are sharper. One thing I noticed is that this area, the ray trace shadow is definitely, it looks more solid. It looks darker. But then the non-ray traced one looks either it's not there or it's light mapped in a way where it's faking the shadow. I don't know. Like what? There's a bit of occlusion in her cloak. No, I think that's... Oh, wait, hold on. Well, okay, if you're talking about this, that's just because the wind or something, like, moved her cloak in the scene. But see, the thing is, okay, yeah, I can see how it does look better. Like, okay, look at her outfit without the ray trace shadow. This is what her outfit looks like without the ray trace shadow. And then this is what her outfit looks like with the ray traced shadow. So, looking at it up close, yeah, it does, like, see right here, this little, like, leather shoulder pad thing, like, the, it's shaded, it's ray traced, there's a shadow under it there, and then, like, here, it's not, yeah, see how it's not here at all? It's almost like this almost gives the impression, or it's perceived as though the shoulder pad is, like, part of this outfit, when it's really not. So now it does have more of, like, a 3D effect here. I don't think it has anything to do with it being an AMD-sponsored title. Ray tracing is ray tracing. It doesn't really matter. Like, the point is, like, you can see the difference between how it looks without the ray trace shadow and how it looks with the ray trace shadow. Because see, okay, look right here. So, okay, that doesn't really change. That's because, like he was saying, her shirt, this shirt here doesn't cast a shadow because it's the lower layer. All this other stuff that's above it.
Are greatly improved.
Why does it need to use 8 or more bounces of light?
Now. The character receives proper shadows from the garment. Also, her shadow is now cleaner and more stable.
So I can see the effect, but the thing is, the effect is so subtle that it's almost, okay, see, it's like you gotta train your eye to look for it. See, like right here.
Tracing, and you can see that with retracing, the character receives proper shadows.
Yeah, I can see it now, but I mean,
sharper thanks to ray tracing.
Some of the shadows, like the baked-in shadows, still can look good on their own.
Ray trace shadows also allows to create beautiful penumbras. Here is a screenshot of a game with RT shadows off. Notice how the building shadow is extremely sharp. Also notice the shadow artifact on the red card and its wheel on the right hand side of the image. With ray trace shadows, there is now a large
okay, I see.
Car also cast and receive better shadows. Character shadow is also improved in this screenshot. Finally, I would like to talk about Fidelity FX Super Resolution. FSR 1.0, for short, is a special image upscaling technique that can produce high-quality, high-resolution image from a lower resolution texture. It has been integrated quite early into the game engine. The engine is modern, so the integration was easy. It has decoupled rendering and output resolution. It also supports mi-block bias. The code is a single header, and only 2 dispatches are needed to run it. This gives more GPU time to do advanced and heavier effects like the one using ray tracing. In the current version of the game, Ultra Quality mode reduces the frame time by 21%, while scaling by 1.3 times factor. The Quality mode, scaling by 1.5 times factors, reduce the render time by 26%. Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2.0 is a brand new cutting-edge temporal image upscaling technique. It maintains or even improves the image quality compared to native rendering. The technique is currently being integrated into the Venice engine, but we can give you a glimpse of what it is already achieving.
So,
the engine as most modern engine.
Okay, now we're talking about the fidelity resolution stuff.
And as I said before, a decoupled rendering output resolution. As a result, the integration is pretty quick. Like FSR1, this gives more headroom for costly operation like ray tracing. All of the effects presented here are available.
One thing I did notice, so he said right here, so decoupled rendering and output resolution. So it's almost like this game was designed where you kind of need to use FSR. It's really weird because if you don't use FSR, you basically can't get a stable frame rate. It's almost like the developers just relied on this and was like, okay, we're going to bake this into our presets because we kind of need this. So, and the other thing too, what was really weird for me was when I tested the 3080 Ti, the 3080 Ti does better with FSR2. Like the average FPS on the 3080 Ti was like 4 FPS average higher with FSR than it was with DLSS. Like, meaning the 3080 Ti actually performs worse with DLSS. When I tested the 3090 Ti, the 3090 Ti did 1 FPS better with DLSS than with FSR. But when you do 1 FPS better, then it's like, then you're almost like you're in margin of error. So, but the 3080 Ti definitely did better with FSR than it did with DLSS. Like, it was noticeably better.
Ray tracing.
So, which is kind of weird.
All of the effects presented here are available with documentation on our website GPU Open. Also, we are providing a source code for all of them under the MIT license. If you are interested, try them out, and contact your AMD DevTech engineer if you have any question. Now, I will let Ono-san talk about the Luminous production experience with Microsoft Direct Storage.
Okay, now we're going to hear from Luminous.
In this segment, I'll showcase the functionality and effectiveness of Microsoft Direct Storage, which is integrated into Forspoken. Direct Storage is a fast file I/O API that is compatible with both Windows 10 and Windows 11, with the latter benefiting from further optimizations.
But see, the other thing too about DLSS is, think about it like this. If you're this guy over in Tokyo, if you're over in Japan, and you're trying to make a game, and you're trying to figure out, like, what's the cheaper way, what's the most cost-effective way to do this? If I want to put in, like, upscaling in my game. Now, Marcelo's saying the PS5 was the base platform for this game. That's probably why. I mean, okay, that's a good point. But the thing is, if you're gonna make a game, and you want to implement some form of upscaling, you don't have a super high budget, because this game, I can already tell, was not a very high budget game for Square Enix. Like, they had like 4 writers total. That's why the story's kind of, it is what it is. And that was done on the West Coast. That wasn't actually done in Japan. And then then they had to leverage the Japanese team to do this. But you got to keep in mind that these guys are making like Final Fantasy 16. They have part of that, like, business unit is doing Final Fantasy 14 content patches. All their mobile games, and remember what I said about the hierarchy the other stream, mobile games are king, so they got to constantly work on that. So they had a relatively small team making this. So who are you going to go to if you want to implement that? Now, that one guy from AMD just now was saying that all the source code is available. Okay, it says under MIT license. That's weird. But basically, you can go to GPU Open, and you can get all the libraries. It's not hard to find this stuff if you want to put FSR in your game. So, see, fast integration, less than a week. So if you have a relatively small team and you want to have some kind of upscaling technology, like the super resolution stuff, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to go with this? Or are you going to go and have to work with NVIDIA and sign, like, NDAs, and they're going to send you, like, a black box DLL, and you're going to have to, like, read up on their documentation on what API calls you need to use to talk to that black box and have it do something for you. Like, are you going to do that, or are you going to do this? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the reason why I feel like AMD's approach is more like, it's very widespread. Like, just use this thing. Here it is. It's there. But I can see the appeal where if you have a really small team and if you're willing to work with NVIDIA to figure out, like, how to actually integrate DLSS. But the other thing too is, again, DLSS only works on NVIDIA graphics cards. You can't use it on, like, your PS5. You can't use it on your Xbox. You can't use it on some older PC graphics card from like 5 years ago. See, that's the problem. If you make the settings scale for PC, the RT wouldn't run on the PS5. Why does it need to be scaling for PC? Like, I don't understand. Oh, you're saying if you make the settings scale, who would do that though? Like, from a business point of view, that makes absolutely no sense. Why would somebody make a game to be exclusive to PC and be really, really hard to run to the point where only the 4090 can legit run it at a decent frame rate? Like, who would do that? That's like 4090 buyers are like 0.0002% of the market. Like that. If I'm the CEO of Luminous Studios, am I going to do that? Absolutely not. No way. No way am I going to do that. I'll be out of business. You got to think of it from the business point of view. That's how it always is. That's why I said the hierarchy is always mobile games are the top, consoles are second, PC is the steerage class. That's how it always is. Now, the PC always gets to show off all the cool next generation tech, but no one really cares. That's not how it works when it comes to the monetization aspect. So,
API
it has nothing to do with AMD. It has nothing to do with NVIDIA. It has everything to do with how the market factors work.
Compatible with both Windows 10 and Windows 11, with the later benefiting from further optimizations.
Okay, this guy's talking about the direct storage. So this part of the presentation is really, really interesting to me, because this might shed some light on why like that German media outlet was talking about how like SATA actually has higher FPS than NVMe.
It works effectively with large numbers of files as well as small files. In particular, using the Direct Storage API allows high-speed NVMe.
See, okay, and just to expand a little bit more on the whole, yeah, I get what you're saying, the PC exclusive feature set, but you got to remember, like, if you have a small team making a video game and you have a deadline because your shareholders are telling you you better get this thing out by November or whatever the release date is, because you can't miss for that quarter, because you know how it is when they report earnings, you know what the shareholders say. So it's like if you have a deadline and you have a limited number of resources, you better make sure that you make sure that that game runs good on the vast majority of hardware possible, rather than programming, like dedicating a whole bunch of time to making an exclusive high-end ray tracing, image quality, looks pristine sort of thing. Like, that's something that can be baked in, but you're talking more development time, more resources, more headcount, potentially more like collaborating with another VAR like AMD or NVIDIA or somebody in the software side or some third-party contractor. You know, like that's asking a lot to do that. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I'm just trying to keep things in perspective of how things are from the business side, because a lot of people often forget that the reality is money talks, and the bean counters at the top are going to dictate like what the developers put their resources into in terms of how they build this game. So Forspoken is the way it is because of a lot of business decisions. Doesn't really have anything to do with AMD. Doesn't have anything to do with the fact that they worked with them and the ray tracing is what it is. No, it's because they wanted to target PS5. They wanted to target like a broad range. Now the ironic thing is this game doesn't actually run that well on a broad range of systems out there. So that's kind of why when I was benchmarking this game like earlier today, I was thinking to myself, like, what is the ideal, like, what did the developers target for the preset for the average person running this game? And I figured it's standard preset, because it's like if you go to high or ultra high, you basically can't run the game unless you have a $1,000 GPU or better. And I'm not talking about like 3080 Ti or 3090 Ti. I'm talking about, you know, like current gen RDNA 3 and Ada 40 series. Like, if you don't have one of those, it's like you got to run this thing at like high or standard. But if you run it at standard, the experience is pretty decent. So I think that's kind of what their target was. So I guess the conclusion there is they did put the exclusive settings. They may not look that great compared to the normal settings, but they're there, and they kind of show like the scaling in terms of the hardware demand.
M2 SSDs to fully demonstrate their capabilities, delivering.
Because I think like I'm just to finalize this, because I know we need to be moving on to some other stuff, but like if a developer from Luminous read the comment about It wouldn't, like PC exclusive features, they would think that they're already there. It's called run it at ultra high. In their mind, that's the answer. Like, hands down, that's the answer. In this guy's mind, if this dude right here on screen read the comment about like exclusive features for the PC, he would just be like, question mark, question mark, question mark, hello, it's called ultra high preset. You know, in his mind, that's what it is. Or if you want really, really high end, you know, go custom and turn off FSR and then look at how it performs. Because in his mind, he hit the checkbox. The exclusive features are there. You just like customize it and there you go. It's just really, really hard to run.
Performance of over 5,000 megabytes per sec. In contrast, the current situation, in which many PC games are unable to maximize the potential of M2 SSDs, Forspoken was among the first to adopt Direct Storage with the aim of unleashing the capability of M2 SSDs and realizing a next-generation gaming experience with faster loading times. This graph represents the loading times of current PC game titles. While the graph indicates that the use of high-speed M2 SSDs improves loading speed in most titles, the results are not as significant as the difference in hardware performance. Forspoken, on the other hand, has achieved loading that fully leverages hardware performance.
Okay, one thing I wish he would have done is rather than just arbitrarily putting these game A, B, C, D, he doesn't have to reveal what these games are, these supposed other games are, but I wish he would have shown, like, Forspoken with direct storage like he did, but also without direct storage. Like, what is the actual difference? It's kind of hard to gauge what this does, you know, when you have arbitrary other unnamed games, and then it's like you have Forspoken with direct storage, but it's like, okay, how does it do if it's, you know, if it doesn't have direct storage?
By implementing direct storage and optimizing.
This is kind of an epic fail on this this graph here.
In terms of asset loading flow, first, when a game asset request is received, while IO processing runs. Then, the binary data that had been read is decompressed, and the necessary initialization or GPU upload is carried out. Direct storage can be used to accelerate file IO, decompression, and initialization step of this process. This section explains the loading process using the Direct Storage API, which is capable of loading both CPU and GPU data. In our game, the data is stored in a compressed format. As such, when the data is loaded, it is placed in memory following decompression processing. For GPU data, the GPU decompression API will be supported on Direct Storage. GPU decompression will allow GPU data to be loaded and stored directly in GPU memory without going through any CPU processing, resulting in greater performance improvement. Because the current version of Direct Storage does not support GPU decompression, GPU data is decompressed on the CPU. Despite the fact that buffer or texture uploads are feasible.
Okay, one thing about this, I was wondering about this myself, because one thing that I noticed was, if you guys go back and watch the benchmark videos that I uploaded, pay attention to when, like, if you want to look into this further, like, pay attention to when the scene, like, the benchmark scenes transition to the next scene, because what you'll notice is that when it's done with one scene and it starts the next scene, you'll notice the CPU utilization goes way up. Like, it's noticeably high, especially on the 8-core 7700X. It's not as noticeable on the 16-core 7950X. Like, we're talking, like, it'll go from, like, 8% utilization to, like, 14% or maybe 20% utilization. But on the 8-core I noticed a dramatic increase in CPU utilization only during the loading of the next scene. So I think that's what he's talking about here. The current version, it had to decompress everything from the CPU. So basically, the SSD has all the game data. It pushes all that into the CPU. The CPU then will decompress all of that and push a lot of that into the GPU. And what I noticed, another thing that really stood out to me is the AMD cards, for some reason, the way Rivatuner and MSI Afterburner is reporting the VRAM utilization or allocation on the Radeon cards can oftentimes exceed the physical amount of memory on the graphics card. Because if you go back and note, if you watch the 6900 XT on the 4K comparison, the 6900 XT goes up to like 17, 18 gigabytes of memory. That's what Rivatuner was showing, even though it physically doesn't have that much memory. So I found that really, really odd that it's like over allocating memory or requesting memory that it doesn't actually have physically. And then the same thing I noticed with the 5700 XT at 1440p. That card only has 8 gigabytes of memory, yet I was seeing it read, like 10, 11. I'm thinking, I don't understand why this is showing it like this, because that's not how it's supposed to work. That's just something I noticed. Like, the NVIDIA cards wouldn't do that. Like, when the 3080 Ti would max out close to 12 gigabytes, what you'll notice is the 3080, and I think I've already saw some comments on that video. People were observing that. When the 3080 Ti gets up to 12 gigabytes of memory, it constantly starts using up more system RAM. So you'll notice that the 3080 Ti is using over 20 gigabytes. Like, the system RAM number is like over 20 gigabytes of RAM, versus all the other cards that had, like 24 and what was the other, and 16. They all had, they didn't have nearly as much system RAM utilization. Although for some reason the 6900 XT was reading like 17 gigabytes in some scenarios, which didn't really compute. Like, in my mind, I was like, why is this doing that? I don't understand how that's possible.
With the current direct storage feature, we are not using it because the performance benefit we would gain from it is minimal. This implementation, however, still outperforms existing Win32 APIs.
Oh, Win32 API. The Win32 API, I believe, is what the Spider-Man Remastered game is using.
Here, I'm going to compare existing Win32 APIs to direct storage. The Win32 APIs use asynchronous I/O. With asynchronous I/O, multiple read requests can be sent, but they must still be processed and synchronized one by one. Direct storage, on the other hand, allows you to use multiple queues, enabling loading and decompression to be executed in parallel. Being able to synchronize multiple read requests at once will be an important factor in the optimization process. Direct storage is optimized toward asynchronous streaming data transfer of file chunk from NVMe with low CPU overhead. Now, we are going to take a look.
That is another thing that I might actually do another test on, because I want to take him up on that, because he said that when you're using the NVMe drive, this results in less CPU overhead. But what I noticed was that the loadings of the scene, there was still very high, noticeably high CPU utilization compared to when the game was just running normally. So what I want to do is I want to test this game on a SATA SSD, or maybe even like a traditional hard drive, to see, like, is the CPU utilization going to be way, way higher if I do that? So that'll be interesting to test.
Look at how the game loads.
Bottom line is, Forspoken is a very interesting.
20,000 files or 5
it's got a lot of like random new tech stuff in it. So
This is side-by-side comparison of the time it takes from the title scene.
And it does load
when the
fast.
save
It
data
definitely
start
loads like a
loading
PS5
until
game.
the
That's how
event
fast it
scene
loads.
starts. The top 3 are using Direct Storage, while the bottom 3 are using the Win32 API. With M2 SSD,
One thing that's interesting here is they actually, like when this game was in development, they were using Win32 API. I believe, although I'm not 100% on this, so I'm not sure, but I assume that the Spider-Man remastered game and the Miles Morales game are using the Win32 API because they're not using direct storage. So I think they're using Win32 API because they have really good load times too. And the thing is, I guess what he's saying is that when they tested both internally, they found that direct storage is faster.
serial ATA SSD, and HDD from left to right. We can see that all of the direct storage enabled storages load faster than those using the Win32 API.
It's funny how they're talking about like the hard drive. Does direct storage even work on hard drives? I assume that it doesn't. I don't even think it works on SATA.
Here is a side-by-side
I
comparison.
mean, not by Microsoft, Xbox's
We
own
can observe
description.
that the loading time in the environment using direct storage and M2 SSD is in the
Yeah,
first
I think it
range,
should come to Xbox.
and that it is running extremely fast. Even with serial ATA SSDs, there is a significant difference between direct storage and the Win32 API. HDDs, on the other hand, are not delivering the anticipated result due to hardware performance limitations. To recap the performance results we have seen so far, as compared against
The only thing that I wish he would have done here is I wish he would have stated, like, is this an NVMe 3.0? Is this Gen 3 or is this Gen 4? Like, what is this?
the Win32 API, direct storage shows an improvement in performance when using SSDs. Direct storage is able to maximize its performance, particularly on faster M2 SSDs.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Radeon 6800 XT. So, this is the reason why this is the recommended for 4K. Because this is what they tested internally. So this is here you go. There you can see it right there. The devs themselves were testing this with these different type of drives on an AMD Ryzen 9 50. It's not even a 5950. They're using a 5900X with 64 gigs of RAM and a 6800 XT. So this is their test system for the direct storage performance benchmarks,
demonstrating a substantial difference in file I/O speed over Win32 API. The difference in the actual game loading times, however, is not.
Yeah, the Samsung 980 is 7000 is basically the maximum on a Gen 4. Like my PS5's Gen 4 from Micro Center is the same thing.
As pronounced as the difference in I/O power.
Did I say PS4? I meant PS5.
This indicates that file I/O speed has improved to be the point.
7000 is basically Gen 4.
Loading bottleneck.
So, but he doesn't say like. Actually, you know what? Hold on. This is Gen. Wait a minute. See, I don't know. I assume this is Gen 4 though, because Gen 3 is like 3.5 max. So this is probably Gen 4. Yes, but if you look at the documentation for what they want you to put in, I'm not talking about the integrated SSD in the PS5. I'm talking about the one you add to it. The one you add to it, they say needs to be 7,000 megabytes per second. That's actually on Sony's website. So the one I have is one just like that 980. It's an inland micro, so it's got the Ryzen controller. Or maybe it's the Marvell controller, I forget. But it's Micro Center's own store brand. And it's in mine, and it came with the heatsink, and it's really, really good. when the PS5 formatted it, it said 6,600 something was the number. But it's always going to be slightly slower than 7,000 because of the overhead control plane signaling. Because it's an external, well, it's internal, but it is not the primary drive. So that's the reason why the M.2 you install in the PS5 must be faster than the drive that's actually with the console.
Loading bottleneck. So how does the loading speed affect the actual gameplay experience? I'm going to discuss how the saved data of a scene loads and became
Oh, I remember
playable.
those zombies. I ran into that entire pack of zombies.
By using the Direct Storage with M2 SSD, you can start gameplay with almost no loading time. Together with Forspoken
Yeah, that is true.
Direct
This game
and
literally
Agile
has no
hardcore
load
system,
times.
It brings forth a
As long as you're
pleasant
playing
and
it on an
exhilarating
NVMe drive.
gaming experience.
It basically has no load.
Here is a comparison video of battle scenes. The M2 SSD and Direct Storage optimized version.
This is footage with like an
particularly fascinating.
6800 XT.
This is slightly off topic, but in actual gameplay, there is a system to load play data in advance on the title screen. This allows the gameplay to start right away without having to wait for the game to load. From here, I'll go into greater depth on the performance analysis and our optimization efforts. Loading time includes loader processing and memory allocation, file loading by direct storage, decompression, and asset initialization.
This is why this game is an excellent tool to use to test if your memory overclock is actually stable. Because it uses so much RAM, and it uses so much of the loading from the SSD into memory.
The breakdown of each indicates that, with the utilization of M2 SSD and Direct Storage, file I/O is no longer a bottleneck for loading times. Apart from file I/O, the bottlenecks prove to be decompression and asset initialization.
So I'm guessing if I run this on like a
also
traditional
which
hard
must
drive,
be
it's going to use
optimized
way more
more than
CPU
ever
cycles.
in order to speed up loading. Decompression optimization requires the selection of a fast decompression algorithm as well as the adjustment of parallel execution. For compression algorithms, we use LZ4HC, which has an extremely fast decompression speed. It offers a relatively high compression ratio, though it is somewhat inferior to other algorithms, and it performs well in terms of both compression ratio and decompression speed. As well, we process decompression in parallel because it is a significant factor in loading times. It is essential to evaluate the
I think they use this because the PlayStation 5 uses this. If I'm not mistaken, I think the PlayStation 5 uses the LZ4
Next, we
algorithm
use
for
the
decompression.
tool setting for Direct Storage to improve the efficiency of asset initialization. Direct Storage supports multiple queues. For Forspoken, we established separate priorities for each of the queue to ensure that data loading is prioritized appropriately, reducing the time it takes before gameplay becomes possible. For example, adjustment has been made so that level data, which is critical for gameplay, is read fast, while streaming data for textures and meshes is read at a lower priority.
That might be why the frame times are so all over the place.
Other challenges we
Because
must
they have the
overcome
mesh
in order
textures
to
on low
obtain a
priority.
1 second loading time. We must prevent bottlenecks caused by large numbers of small files, and the memory allocator's performance is crucial.
See, this is the reason why. Man, this game, like, this game it's such a good tool to test if the memory's stable or unstable. But also, that aside, like the sheer amount of having to load and read from the NVMe drive all the time, it's almost like the average frame rate of this game is tied somewhat to the performance of your memory, your CPU, and your SSD, which is so weird because it's almost like it's everything other than the GPU can influence the frame rate, because like he's talking about like the priority queues and all this stuff about loading from the via direct storage. Like, all that stuff is going to play into how the frame rate's going to end up, because it's like, if you're not pulling that stuff in fast enough. And the other thing, too, like I was saying earlier, when I was trying to record gameplay footage of this game while benchmarking it, I noticed when I was recording to the same drive that the game was installed on, the load times were significantly longer than if I was recording to a different drive. So this definitely you definitely want the full bandwidth to be available to the game. Like, I think that might be one of the limiting factors of this technology.
Crucial. We have adopted MyMalloc, a fast multi-thread allocator. Despite these optimization efforts, file I/O processing still has to wait for the asset initialization process to complete. Further processing optimization is needed. However, there are so many different types of assets exist in the game that optimizing
Forspoken's gonna go down as like
time and effort.
Such a good tech demo, like Crisis was,
Also,
and
we
Ashes
have
of the Singularity.
major bottlenecks for Forspoken. There are still issues to be addressed. In the future,
well, I'm thinking more bandwidth will fix the problem.
This area
basically, PCIe Gen 5 will fix the problem. Or in theory, it should, at least.
Finally, I'll give a fast summary and
you just need more bandwidth.
Enhancements. The performance of M2 SSD is now adequate to cut game loading times to about 1 second, thanks to direct storage.
Well, I consider Cyberpunk in the same category. Like, Cyberpunk is like this game. It's like a tech demo.
Support for GPU decompression is expected to be introduced, which we believe will cut.
Because I wonder, you know, like man, I'm almost tempted to get like a PCIe Gen 5 SSD when those things come out, just to see what happens with direct storage games and Win32 type games and stuff. So that's really interesting.
Thank you, Ono-san, for this direct storage presentation. Before finishing this session, I would like to thank the whole Luminous Productions team, and especially Takeshi Aramaki, Teppei Ono, Kosei Ito, Yasunobu Uto, and Shao T. Lee, whom I'm working with every day. I also want to thank my colleague at AMD who are supporting.
This guy has a French accent. What was the name of this guy? Oh, Jason.
Implementing this effect into the Luminous engine. To name a few: Jason Lacroix, Denis Bock, Anton Schreiner,
Never mind. This
Jeff
is someone
Fraser,
else.
and David Zimmer.
Well, that was a cool video, because that kind of shows, you know, how the collaboration.
Thank you for attending
with the game developer and somebody who has like this sort of technology, like ray tracing and and helping them leverage like the direct storage stuff. But like, here is the first consumer PCIe Gen 5 NVMe SSD goes on sale in Japan, 2 terabyte for $3. So this is more like $349 probably in US dollars, up to 10 gigabytes per second. So the maximum on this is probably going to be 14. So this is the maximum of Gen 4 is 7 today. And that's the absolute maximum. The maximum for Gen 5 will be double that, so 14. So this is not even the maximum potential of what Gen 5 can do. But this might be like the example of how you could leverage direct storage and not be so bandwidth limited later on. So CFD Gaming brings the first one. So let's see. So they've got so this one's sold out. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the 2 terabyte. No, that's not it. No, it's this one right here. Yeah. This one right here. The MZ1, 49,000 yen. That's like what, they said 385. But realistically, if this was sold at like a micro center, this would be like 349 for a 2 terabyte, which is a lot. Because you can get like a 2 terabyte Gen 4 for, you know, like around like slightly less than $200 now. So, but yeah, like this, a year from now, this will probably be like the way to go for like a high-end system. And what's interesting is like you kind of need a new AM5 motherboard to actually use this. Because you can't really use this on you can't use it on AM4, you can't use it on Z690, and so technically you can use this on Intel's Z790, but that will force your graphics card to run at X8. Because the only way to run Gen 5 drives off of an Intel motherboard is to take lanes from the GPU. So, and that's not really ideal, so this is kind of like an AMD only thing in a way. For now at least, until Meteor Lake. You paid $190 for the Samsung 9. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like it's under 200 now because it's typically I always look at it from like dollar per gig, like $1 per gigabyte. So $200 2 terabyte. So if it's under that, then that means it's good. If it's over that, that means that the flash memory is higher per dollar. So it's like you're either in a buyer's market or you're in a seller's market. So, but yeah, this is definitely going to be seller's market for a while. Because like these down here, like see this, so that one's sold out. This one, the 1 terabyte that is what? That's cheap actually. Oh no, that's 1 terabyte. That's expensive. But in US dollars, for those who don't really know how to convert yen to USD, it's very, very easy. Shave off 2 zeros. Move the decimal over 2 to the left. That's a very, very rough estimate because right now the yen is a lot weaker than the dollar. So typically 16,580 becomes $165.80. But realistically, this is more like $115 or so, somewhere around there, or maybe like right around $100. So converting yen because I used to live in Japan for like a while, and yeah, it's so easy for me to convert this in my mind, but just move the decimal over 2 and you're done. And if you're in Korea, it's just as easy. The only difference is you move, like won is like 3 over to the left to convert to US dollars, and vice versa. Japan yen, it's like 2, you move the decimal over 2. Korean won, you move the decimal over 3. So those are the easiest currencies. Euro is also somewhat relatively easy, although you don't have to do anything. You just kind of like compare it in your mind. But any other kind of currency, like Filipino pesos or ringgits in Malaysia, like those sort of currencies, or Singapore dollars or Hong Kong dollars, like that's really like brain science hard to convert. Like Indian rupees to US dollar, I always forget the formula. It's not easy to convert. So, yeah. So that's cool. Because PC hardware over there is always way more expensive than it is here. Although it's not crazy expensive like in places like Australia. What's a realistic price for 7800 X3D? Probably around $500, maybe $480. Compared to 13, realistic gaming performance difference compared to 13th gen Intel. It's probably going to be comparable to or slightly faster than 13th gen. Because the way it is right now is the current AM5 CPUs they're equal to or better than the Alder Lake CPUs. meaning the Intel 13th gen is in front of the AMD AM5 CPUs. So the 3D CPUs on AM5 will be equal to or faster than the 13th gen CPUs. Because think about how the 5800X 3D does. The 5800X 3D is it basically jumps in front of Alder Lake in most cases. It basically steps up in front of every single Alder Lake CPU except for the 12900K and the KS. In some scenarios, it loses to those guys. But then again, the AMD AM5 CPUs are the same. So it's like the fact that AMD is saying that the 7800X 3D is like on average 15% faster than the 5800X 3D. Well, there you go. That puts it right there in front of the 13th generation. So that's the thing. Oh, okay. It comes with a it comes with a little tiny fan there. That's not a loud fan. That's not going to be loud because it's like a little like a laptop fan. Well, no, that's not a laptop fan. This is like well, it's just a really small fan. But that's not going to spin that fast though because it doesn't need to. I think, does this article say like how hot the thing got, or does it mention that? I read somewhere that these things run up to like 56 Celsius. Like the Gen 5 SSD. It's like, see, it's like, this is it. So here's the NAND flash. Here's the NAND flash. This looks like an SK Hynix NVRAM. And then this is the Ryzen controller that handles all your I/O. So this is the thing that makes the magic happen. And then there's the heatsink on top of it with active cooling. So I'm thinking, this to me, this heatsink doesn't look that big. So I could probably, like if I get one of these without this heatsink, or maybe I'll just keep the heatsink, I could put this on my Aorus Master. So like this is the motherboard that I have. And you guys can see right here, it has this massive heatsink because this is a Gen 5 NVMe drive slot. So it's like I can either use this or I can use active cooling. Oh, is there a Corsair Gen 5 SSD? Oh man, they're starting to show up. Oh man, I might have to get one of those. But see, like this, the nice thing about this motherboard is it has 2 Gen 5 slots. The only problem is the second one is down here, and I don't think this is sufficiently going to cool that drive. And the problem is you can't put a big heatsink on a Gen 5 drive down here because the graphics card is so big and fat that it will take up all the space. Like the Red Devil, or even just any graphics card, like a 2-slot card, is going to impede like any sort of airflow over this. I haven't seen it yet, but it's I can guarantee you the Corsair drive, every single Gen 5 drive, oh boy, here come the bots. Every single Gen 5 drive is using this exact same Ryzen. This is the Ryzen, I believe the number is E26. Ryzen E26. So if you want to make sure you have a true Gen 5 drive, you want to look for E26 Ryzen controller. But I'll be able to run like 2 of those potentially. This one? Oh yeah, there. Oh yeah, it does look kind of like, it looks taller. Although this picture, you know what? It might be the same. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think it's the same one. Yeah, it looks the same. 4 screws. Yeah, it's the exact same one. This is the exact same one. Corsair's just rebranding it to resell it in the West. I mean, it's Phison, so it's like it's a Western developed controller. But anyway, NVMe 2.0 protocol. Is it Phison? Yeah, see? Intel's 600 motherboard series had limit. I don't know of any Intel motherboard actually. So technically, you can if you don't run a graphics card in your 690 motherboard, you can like use a breakout PCIe card for Gen 5. But realistically, Z690 is not going to support this drive. Only AMD's AM5 platform and Intel's Z790 platform can truly take advantage of this technology. Although the Intel one does have a caveat. It has the same problem that the B650 motherboards will have if they want to run... well, not the B650, actually. Any sort of B650E motherboard that wants to run more than 2 Gen 5 drives will run into the same problem that Intel will have. But Intel has the problem on every single Z690 motherboard. There's no way around it. Whereas this is full native Gen 5 without sharing GPU lanes. The difference is AMD doesn't share lanes. You get 16 of the GPU and then you can run 2 Gen 5 drives. Intel gives you 0 native Gen 5 drives. If you want Gen 5 drives, it will take from the 16 Gen 5 lanes to the graphics card. So that's the difference. So if you really want, if you're an enthusiast about storage, you're probably going to be going AM5. Unless you want to wait around for Meteor Lake next year. So let's see. Yeah, it's the same one. The 10,000. So the Samsung one is like here. And then this one's going to be like this. So yeah. Well, the Samsung one, I just say Samsung, but any Gen 4 drive that goes in a PlayStation 5 is like this right here. It's the same one. I wonder when this is going to be on sale, or when this is going to actually be in stock. Because this, I could see this, as long as this fits here and doesn't impede, like, if it doesn't mess with my massive Noctua D15, it'll probably be okay. Because right now I have 3 Gen 3 SSDs in here. 1, 2, 3. And then I only have 1 open available for that Gen 5 slot. I was thinking of getting a Gen 4 drive, but now I'm probably going to wait. Right here. There you go. 1. That's the top one. So that's this one right here. So right up there. M2A CPU, that's the first Gen 5 drive, so I could put it there. Or I could put it on M2B, which is this one right here. I probably won't do that. The Series X are weird. Wait, what? The Series X drives run slower than Gen 3? But then how are they able to get those instantaneous resume? These go straight into the CPU also. You don't even go through the chipset. So here's the Gen 4 SSD and here's the other Gen 4 SSD. Those go through the chipset. Man, this is a good motherboard for those X3D CPUs too. I'm just thinking like, do I really want to upgrade my CPU? Probably not. I don't really know if I need to. Maybe the gaming computer. The gaming computer's using this. Aorus Elite. So anytime you guys see me stream with Intel Arc, this is the motherboard that the Intel Arc GPU is connected into. So this one is the X670 non-E, which means this one has a Gen 5 drive, and that's all it has. The graphics card will be Gen 4 in terms of the slot. So this guy has support for one Gen 5 NVMe drive. Now the problem is this heatsink is definitely not going to cut it for a Gen 5 drive. So if I was going to get a Gen 5 drive and run it in this motherboard, I would replace this useless heatsink, because this is only good for like a Gen 4 drive, and I would have to use the one that Corsair, like this one would have to be used with that. So see, so this guy, this is the only Gen 5 drive. All these other ones are going to be Gen 4. Even this other one that goes to the CPU. And see, sure enough, there we go. Here's the Gen 5. There it is. And then everything else, the graphics card and the other NVMe, that's going to be Gen 4. And that's Gen 4 and that's Gen 4. So yeah, this one, I probably won't even bother. Like, if I'm gonna do any upgrades this year, I'm just thinking out loud. Like, if I get the 7800X3D, it's gonna go in this gaming test rig, and I'm just gonna keep using my 7950X for productivity. And then if I get a Gen 5 SSD, it's probably gonna go in the Aorus Master. It's probably gonna go up here in the production, in the workstation computer. So it'll go like right there. Just need to see if it'll fit underneath my Noctua cooler. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. 2.4 gigabytes per second. That was the max read speed on the series. Is that on? So with Xbox, do you have to buy a proprietary drive? I think you can't use an internal NVMe drive. Is that correct? I think it's like a proprietary connector. I really wish somebody would come out with a capture card that can do 4K 60 that only needs 2 lanes of PCIe 3.0. That would be perfect. Because the current ones, like the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K that I have always talked about on the channel, that is 4 lanes of PCI Express 2.0. So if it takes 4 lanes of 2.0 to do 4K 60, that means you could do 2 lanes of 3.0 and get the exact same behavior. So that would allow me to actually use this slot down here. But I would be giving up 2 SATA drives. And I don't know. Well, currently I'm not using those. Currently I'm using all 4 of these. But I don't know. Like, if I'm not going to ever use this one, I'm just going to start adding more SATA drives. Man, the Elite AX is a pretty good motherboard for the budget. This is less than 300. This is like I think 289 is MSRP. So that's like, what, 270 from Micro Center? And that's assuming it's not on sale. Like if it's on sale, it's more like $250. So this is a decent motherboard. Because the thing I'll say about Gigabyte is the only motherboard out of all. It's the only vendor out of all the motherboard brands that it's like they saw the future. They saw how fat all the graphics cards are gonna get, and they appropriately spaced their second and third PCIe slots in a location that's usable. Because it's like all those other ones, like Asus has all those random motherboards that have like those useless X1 slots just hanging under where the graphics card would go. I'm like, that is such a waste of space on the board, because like you're never gonna be able to use that if you have any sort of enthusiast class graphics card. So at least Gigabyte had enough brains to like think, oh, you know what? We're building an Aorus Master RTX 4090. We might want to put these down here. You know, like, because they did that on all their motherboards. It's like all of them have the right spacing. What they did kind of strange on the Intel one, though, like AMD, so the AMD one, they put the 4-lane here and the 2-lane here. On Intel, they put a 1-lane here and a 4-lane here. I don't understand why they did it that way, because I typically don't want to run my capture card or whatever all the way down here, because then it's mashing up against like your USB 2 and all the other stuff that's down here. So it's just kind of annoying because you have to bend all the cables at like a 90-degree angle. So I do like how this one is allocated versus the other one. The one I'm talking about is the Z790 Aorus Master. So this is the other motherboard that I have. This is the Intel one, and yeah, I kind of wasted money on this. Well, a lot of people think I wasted money on the 13th gen in general, but this motherboard is basically the same as the AMD one. The only difference is, if you want to run this Gen 5 drive, you know, you lose half of your graphics card lanes, and that's just kind of annoying. Because right here, see, so this top one with the massive heatsink is right there sharing lanes with the graphics card. So as soon as I plug any drive, doesn't have to be a Gen 5 drive, as soon as I plug anything in here, it will cut this to X8. And I'm like, oh man. So it's like that's kind of useless to me. So that's the reason why, like, when we were talking about the 13th gen, I kept telling people just buy a Z690 motherboard and save money, because you can't truly leverage Gen 5 without some compromise. So with these Z790 boards, that's the only negative aspect. The other thing too is, why does this thing only have 4 SATA ports? Like, last I checked, Intel actually had a big chipset, so why is this only 4? It's like, at least the AMD one they give me a useless X1 for what? Like, I'm never gonna be able to, like, okay, I can use this for like the Nintendo Switch. So if I want to stream Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I'll plug in my old AverMedia Live Gamer 2, which is a 1080p 60 capture card, which only uses an X1. I'll plug it in here, and I can do that. And then that kind of makes sense. So like, this one's for the Switch, the Nintendo Switch, and this one's for the PS5. So that's the way I see this in my mind. But it's only 3.0, it's 3.0, which is fine. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's just the AMD one gives me Gen 4. But then it does give you a lot of NVMe 4.0 slots right there off the chipset. So 3 there, and then you get a 4th one up here. So technically you can run 5 drives off of the Intel motherboard. So that is nice. The option's there, but realistically I'm never going to use this. So it's really just 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's basically equivalent to the AMD one. But the difference is the AMD one gives me 2 Gen 5 capable drives and 2 Gen 4. And nothing is shared, and I like that. So there's no compromise there. versus the other one, like the Intel one. Like, this is the only caveat. And then this is only an X1, whereas this one is an X2, which could be useful in the future if like Elgato or AverMedia decide to make some capture card that only needs 2 lanes. The fact that a lot of motherboards have these X2 slots, to me, tells me that there's some roadmap for new PCI peripherals. Maybe 10 gigabit LAN is probably like the most common one, because you can do 10 gigabit LAN off of 2 lanes of Gen 3. So that's probably one thing that they're probably gonna start rolling out soon. But yeah, like if I wanted to do, I could do the same thing here. Like the Switch would go off of this one, and then the PS5's off of that one. That's Gen 4 actually. So wow, this one can actually do Thunderbolt. Yeah, this can do Thunderbolt, because Thunderbolt needs, actually no, you only need Gen 3, so never mind. Thunderbolt 4 only needs 4 lanes of Gen 3. So that's the reason why on Intel you can still run the Thunderbolt card off of this X4. So yeah, that's really weird that Xbox is kind of locked down like that. I always find it kind of weird how, like, this AMD motherboard has an Intel network interface card and Intel Wi-Fi, but this Intel motherboard has a Marvell. Now, granted, it's a 10 gigabit LAN, which for a lot of people that's a nice thing to have, but for me, I'll never actually benefit from that, because I don't have a 10 gigabit switch to connect this to. So, but the thing is, it's like, why couldn't I have just gotten like an Intel NIC? Because this thing occasionally has dropped out on me. Like, I remember I was patching Steam games, and then this thing just kind of like dies, and then it comes back after like 30 seconds. It's really annoying when you're downloading Steam updates. So it's like, that's not cool. It's weird how the Intel motherboard doesn't even have its own Intel LAN, and then the AMD one has the Intel LAN. Ugh, this is weird. Well, anyway, I don't really have much more on this stream. I think we kind of talked about a lot of different things. We talked about things I wasn't even expecting to talk about. Overcurrent protection, Gen 5 SSDs, direct storage. Right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Some places are starting to offer 2 gigabit internet speeds now, which means that the 2.5 gigabit LAN will actually start meaning something within the next 5 years for actual internet speed. So yeah, you can start in some places. You can actually get 2 gigabit fiber internet now. So this makes sense. But yeah, like this is good for like a local LAN. Yeah, like I said before, like this computer, this motherboard with the 13900K. This is like my home server / workstation. I can do rendering on this computer with DaVinci Resolve if I wanted to, but realistically I don't. Like the way I do my videos that you guys see that I upload to my channel, they're all done on the AMD 7950X. Like this is what I use, because I don't have to worry about it overheating at over 100C and throttling down. So I'd rather just use this, because those renders take a while. But this thing just chews through them. Any sort of like render that I do, if the video is like because some of those videos I have are pretty long. Like the 20-minute videos, this thing takes like 6 minutes to render, or five and a 30. It depends on like how much scene complexity is in those videos. And oftentimes, if it's just me talking using Paint, the render is actually really, really fast. It's like 3 minutes max. If I'm talking for like half an hour or whatever. But like the renders where it's like the benchmark video, like the one I just uploaded today, or even the one I uploaded yesterday, the one that has 4K, I had 5 or 6 different video layers. That one took a while. That one was like a 7-minute render. Or no. Yeah, I think it was like a 7-minute render. So it helps. It helps to have like a 32 thread CPU. And I've got 2 of them. So it's like it's just I need to improve my network transfer. Like if I move files around between these computers, it's not ideal. You guys have seen the videos. It's like the computer I'm streaming on right now is this one. The one literally right next to me is this one, the other AMD one, and then the one with the NAS is the Intel one. Am I a game developer? No, I'm not a game developer. I mean, I thought about going into that. Oh, you know, I just realized like the camera's been off like the whole time. So I thought about doing that, but no. I wish, like, you know, honestly, that guy that we were watching just now, that guy who works at AMD, I wish I had his job. Or maybe the guy at Luminous Productions. Either one. I wish I was the director at Game Studio. What are my thoughts on the Intel? What's the Intel W790? What is that? Are you talking about the workstation thing? That's not 790, is it? That would be some different. No, that's not gonna be 790. It's gonna be something else. It'll be like, well, they're probably gonna have to come up with a new name because they killed X299 a long time ago and never did anything with it. Yeah, if you're talking about like the thing that's supposed to compete with Threadripper, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't need those big workstation computers anymore. Like I had a Threadripper 2950X. That's the computer that the Intel computer replaced. So, here, let's kind of talk about that because that's an interesting topic. That'll probably be the last thing we'll talk about. Then I'll probably end the stream. So this was a cool thing here. I'm going to delete this. Or actually, I might save this for like a thing. So I told you guys this before. Like I used to have, so my NAS home workstation was a Threadripper 2950X. So this is a 16-core, 32-thread CPU. I have multiple videos on that old Threadripper computer. The most recent one was the AMD Ryzen 9 7950X versus the Threadripper 2950X in a DaVinci Resolve comparison. And the new AMD CPU is way, way faster at rendering than Threadripper. So it's like, yeah. The only thing that the Threadripper does better is it has way more PCIe lanes. So as a home workstation, Threadripper is still kind of useful. I know the guys at Digital Foundry still use the Threadripper 29. Well, like one of them is using the 1950X, so the first gen. I'm using the Zen Plus edition. But I know like the guys at like Jay's 2 cents, they're all using Threadripper for their rendering production, but they're not using this one. They're using like a newer one. That's way faster than the one that I have. They're using like the Zen 2 Threadripper. So this became the Intel i9 13900K. Like I talked about it in a previous video. So this computer replaced that computer, and that was replaced back in October. So that's what I have. And then the other one is the what was the other one that I had? Why can't I remember? Oh yeah, Ryzen 7 5800X was an 8-core 16-thread. This became the computer that I'm streaming on right now, Ryzen 9 7950X. So this became that. This became that. And then the third computer that I have now, which I wasn't expecting to build, but I figured I needed it, and it has come in handy, is it was, what was it? What was that computer? Oh, that was my really, really old one. That was the Ryzen 7 1800. No, it was something new. It was 3800X. This is what I call like the benchmark computer, because I figured, you know, if I benchmark, well, actually, what I was going to do was this CPU was going to replace this CPU in that motherboard, and well, actually, no, I was going to retire this completely and use this, but then I figured I would have this, and this. But then I was like, well, you know what? The problem with the 5800X is everyone's going to keep on commenting. You should be using the X3D. Your CPU bottlenecking the XTX when you benchmark it, you know, etc. So to avoid all of those comments, I went and got one of these. So that's the third computer. So this is completely gone. This is still like around, but it's not really used. And then, so this is definitely gone. This is gone. The only thing that's still here is this is kind of there, but I don't use it. It's not. There's no power supply for it. It's just kind of sitting there in storage. And then there's this, and this are my 3 active computers that I use. I never got Zen 3 Threadripper. So here's the story with Zen 3 Threadripper. I wanted Zen 3 Threadripper, but the problem is they never launched it. Instead, what AMD did was they launched Threadripper Pro. Threadripper Pro is completely different. So Threadripper Pro is $100 per core, starting at like 24 cores. So that's $2,400 for a CPU. And it's like, no, you know, that's more than a 4090. That's really pushing it. And it's like, no, I don't really need like those many cores. Because what I figured was like my 16-core 32-thread, like this is also, this is like 8 P cores plus 16 efficiency cores. That's 24 cores plus 8 extra threads because of hyperthreading. So you get 32 threads. So this is basically 8 plus 16, 32 thread from Intel. So it's kind of a, you know, weird hybrid CPU. This is a true 16-core 32 thread. So these two have identical thread count. But you know, this basically does everything that I need it to do. So it's like I don't really need to, I don't benefit much from that. And I don't really need the PCIe lanes. So it's like, yeah, that's the reason why I never got Threadripper Pro. Because I don't need it. It doesn't factor into any of my workflows. So that's why I skipped Threadripper Pro. But I was hoping that there was going to be Threadripper Zen 3, but AMD never launched it. Because there was what? There was Threadripper 1950X was Zen 1. Then there was the 2950X, which I had, which is Zen 2, or Zen Plus. Then there was the 3960 70X or something, which was Zen 2. This is the one that the guys at Jay's 2 Cents are still using. Like, most of those guys, like Nick and the other guy, I forgot his name, those guys are using this, like, for their rendering farms. Or I think one of them has, like, a 3990 or something. But, yeah, the reason why I never got the 5000 is because these are all Threadripper. So they have the Threadripper name. The problem is, when you go up to Zen 3, they never launched one. Instead, they launched Threadripper Pro, which is the Zen 3, which is basically $100 per core. I wasn't going to pay that much money for just a CPU. So no, there's your answer. So that's the reason why. So if Intel launches that whatever I don't think it's W790. I think it's a different chipset. But if Intel launches HDT, then AMD will probably bring a Threadripper solution. But honestly, guys, I'm gonna skip like both of them. I'm not gonna buy either of those things because I don't need them. I did all my upgrades like the end of last year. It's like I don't need to upgrade my CPU platform again, not for a long time. So this is gonna stay where it is for a couple of years at least. So that's the reason why that is. Because originally, the plan was to replace this guy with a Zen 3 Threadripper, but that never happened. So that's the reason why I have one of these. So Intel can thank AMD for failing on their roadmap for me to actually go back to Intel. So that's the story on that. Oh, but what I will say is, all of this stuff, well, this is actually HEDT. That is HEDT. That is true. This is true high-end desktop. What we use, what all of us use, like, well, okay, like these things right here, that's not high-end desktop. This is not a high-end desktop CPU. This is not a high-end desktop CPU. This is not a high-end desktop CPU. This is a high-end desktop CPU. So are these. So was this. See, this is called HEDT. So in the server world, or I guess in the computing world, there are layers. So there's the servers are top tier. So you have tier 1, aka servers. That's the top. So that's what? That is Epic and Xeon. That's in Intel one. So those are the top. These are where all the profit margins are for AMD and Intel. They're always going to get first dibs. Then there's tier 2, which is I almost said workstation. Workstation. Workstation is tier 2. This is Threadripper Pro. That is where Threadripper Pro sits. So, that's the reason why I don't have one, because I don't need a tier 2 level computer. That's like way expensive. That's big money. Now we're talking big money. Everybody complaining about 4090s being expensive have no idea what like big high-end professional hardware costs. And that's the reason why Nvidia is able to justify their prices. That's another whole topic in itself, because that's the real reason why prices of graphics cards are going high. And then there's tier 3, which is HEDT. That is regular Threadripper. And that is where Intel's supposed to launch this. I don't know what it's called, but we'll just use that number, W790. That is where that's supposed to sit. And then Tier 4 is the 7950X. So basically Ryzen desktop and Intel Core. So there you go. That's the hierarchy. So we, as much as people would love to believe that their shiny new 13900KS is a high-end desktop, newsflash, it's actually not. It's actually just a mainstream CPU. It's not a true high-end desktop CPU. So Intel hasn't had a high-end desktop CPU in a long time. The last one was Skylake X on X299. So we'll say Threadripper was X399 and TR4, and then Intel was X299 was their last high-end desktop chipset. So if you want to see what if you want to go look at what an HDT motherboard looks like, look up one of these, or look up one of those. That's what a real high-end desktop looks like. So anyway, that's probably going to be it for this stream. Unless anybody has any final questions, but other than that, I think we've talked about this before. I'm pretty sure I talked about this in a previous live stream before. But I hope that AMD and Intel both launch a high-end desktop tier this year. I don't know if they will, but this has definitely been missing in action for a long time now, for a number of years. That's the reason why all the big YouTubers are still sitting on Zen 2 based Threadripper, because they don't have an option. Unless some of them actually went and bought a Lenovo P530 or P5, whatever the number was for the Threadripper Pro pre-built from Lenovo. Because I mean, you can get a workstation CPU. You can get one of these from Micro Center. They are not cheap. Let me show you guys real quick, and then that's probably where we'll end the stream. Because I think I'm just beating a dead horse here. Here, if we go to Micro Center, and we go to AMD CPUs, and we want to look at Cezanne. Oh, no, that's not right. That's not what it is. Chagall Pro. There you go. There you go, boys and girls. That is the price of a workstation CPU. That's how much they cost. Now you know why I don't have one. Because the cheapest one is a 16-core. A 16-core Chagall Pro 4 GHz 16-core WRX8 is $1,300. That's a steal, because technically this should be the same amount of cost. This should be priced exactly the same as an RTX 4090, because AMD charges $100 per core for one of these. Because this is the pro stuff. This is the big guns. This is the stuff that movies in Hollywood are made with. The editors in Hollywood, they use these type of CPUs for their workflows, for rendering. What's the difference between this and the 5950X? The number of PCIe lanes. That's the real answer. That's the only major difference, because this uses way more electricity, for one thing. The TDP on this is 280 watts. Right here. There you go. Thermal power. 280 watts. 32 thread DDR4 3200. The reason why it is so expensive is because of the lanes. The PCIe lanes. This thing has, actually, I don't even know how many lanes it has. We need to look at a motherboard, actually. Let's go look at the Asus Sage. The Sage is the motherboard. Bam, there we go. The Asus Sage, a $1,000 motherboard. That's a steal. There you go. Look at all those PCIe lanes. Those are all true electrically, well, not all of them, but I think most of them are full X16 lanes. Full electrically 16 lanes. And look at that. It has 8-channel memory. 8-channel memory. Wait, no, is that true? No, that might be quad channel. It might be quad channel memory. I take that back. Is it quad channel? To answer Joel's question, the answer is the number of PCIe lanes. Now, I don't really pay much attention to Threadripper Pro, so I don't know what the full lane count is. We're gonna have to look it up. But this is real enterprise hardware right here. Look at the number of SATA. 2, 4, 6, 8. You get 8 SATA plus you get 2 U.2. So U.2 is basically tethered NVMe. So this is basically M.2 as though it were like cable-based SATA. So you get 2 of those, and then you get like the NVMe stuff like Summer. So there's probably like 2 of them right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, probably like 5 or 6. I don't know. I don't know how many are on here. Probably. So, oh, right there. 8 DIMM, 8 channel, max 2 terabytes of DDR4 memory. So you can run up to 2 terabytes of memory. And it's 8 channel, which means each DIMM is its own channel. Yeah, you get octa channel memory. You get, I don't know how many PCIe lanes you get, but you get a lot. Like a lot of lanes. And then you got U.2, which you almost never see anymore. And then you got a bunch of like M.2 like all over the place. But realistically, you get M.2. But the thing is, what most people will do is they'll put an expansion card in the PCIe slot to put in like four M.2 drives so they can run those in like RAID. Like RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5, RAID 10, whatever they want. So 8 SATA. 3 M.2 4.0, and they all support SATA. So every single one of those NVMe drive slots, notice they're the big one. They're the long one. The 22110, not the 2280, the 22110. So this is the big M.2. And then they're all backwards compatible with SATA. So if they want to support SATA, they can do it. Basically, the thing about workstations that you have to understand is these things can handle whatever the consumer or whatever the customer throws at it. If it has a SATA M.2, bam, we got you covered. You got a new NVMe Gen 4, we got you covered. You have U.2 enterprise grade, server grade NVMe drives, we got you covered. We got 2 of them right there. That's number 9. So basically everything goes. Like, and I don't even know what the I/O. There's the I/O. So you got dual 10 gigabit LAN. Dual 10 gigabit LAN. Then you have every single USB port is a 10 gigabit USB port, and then you got a 20 gigabit USB port here for the USB-C. Then you get your full 7.1, you get the Wi-Fi 6, you have the clear CMOS, you have the BIOS, everything goes. So everything's there. You can tell that this has active cooling on the heatsink because there's a vent there. So there's the fan like on the this right here has a fan under it. I can kind of see it right there. So massive hardware. This is like the super high-end stuff. $1,000 motherboard and like a $1,600 CPU. So that's the Sage. ASRock has one. Creator. You better bet that these things have those debug LEDs on them. And then it's got like a chipset heatsink fan. So similar stuff. I see U.2 on there. And I see like 8 SATA. And then there's like a whole bunch of PCIe lanes. And octa-channel memory. 2 terabytes of memory. This thing supports 2 terabytes of memory. Oh, this one's got Thunderbolt on it. So ASRock went and did a little innovative thing. They went and put the Intel JHL 8430. So they put the Thunderbolt card on here. So you have 40 gig USB-C right there. And mini DisplayPort in. So this is definitely for like making movies or something. Like dual 10 gigabit LAN. Actually, Oh, that's cool. So look, they got like dual 10, just like the Asus. But then ASRock gives you like another one. There's like a third one on there, which is probably a 1 gigabit because it says management. So, what's that I/O that looks like a serial port? That looks like VGA. That's VGA. It's VGA. That's not DB9. That's VGA. So Wi-Fi 6E, everything's like 10 gig, like, wow. Yeah, that's VGA. That's D-sub, or VGA. So the reason why that's there is because if this thing was installed in like a rack like in a, well, it wouldn't really go in a server rack. If this was installed where you needed like KVM or something, that's kind of what that's for. It's for like a KVM compatibility. If this was going to be like a remote desktop or hosting a bunch of VMs. But realistically, you know, what's cool about ASRock is they really think outside the box. Like, ASRock is the one motherboard company that always does the really quirky, unique things, if you will. Like, they went and put VGA on here. There's a clear CMOS there on the back, so that's cool. But they put DisplayPort input. It's mini DisplayPort in. And they have Thunderbolt on here. So, and they give you a separate management interface. So you don't have to use one of your 10 gigabit interfaces for your management link. So that's really cool. So they have actually triple NIC. That's cool. Yeah, I've never actually seen this motherboard. This is the first time I've ever seen this motherboard. I've only known of the Asus Sage. The WRX. Because when you go pro, you're basically a Sage. So, yeah. I don't know. That sounded like some kind of weird meme quote or something. But anyway, there you go, guys. That's what Threadripper Pro is all about. So, like, when I was talking about the tier system... you know, that's what we were looking at just now. That's tier 2. That falls into this category. So that is one step down from servers. But what I'm thinking Intel might launch, or what's rumored for Intel, is actually tier 3. So something that's down from what we just looked at. And that's where Threadripper used to be. Like my old computer, like this one, that was a tier 3 computer. So I'm technically on only tier 4 computers now. But the thing is, like, for me, you know, like, what do I need that many PCIe lanes for? Because back then, if you wanted a 16-core 32-thread, you had to get a Threadripper. You couldn't get an AMD. There was no AMD 16-core until Zen 2 on the mainstream. And, like, Intel didn't even catch up until, 10th gen, I guess? Oh, no, that's not true. Like, the 99... The first i9 was their first 16-core. Or actually, no, it's not. That's not true. Intel's first 16-core was... What was their first 16-core? Oh, was it? No, wait. Was it... What was Intel's first 16-core? I don't think Intel actually had... Okay, obviously, like, the 12900K was 16, but it's like 8 E-cores? 10940X is an HEDT. That's a tier 3 CPU. No, I'm asking what was Intel's first 32 thread? So what was Intel's first 16-core 32 thread? Was it like a 10th gen CPU? No. No, was it? The 10900K is a 10-core 20 thread, so it's not a 16-core. The first i9 was only an 8-core. I'm talking about what was the first 16-core. Because what I'm saying is the first... Like, the reason why I got one of these back in the day was because I wanted a 16-core 32-thread CPU. And back then, you could not get one of those on a mainstream tier 4 platform. The first one was AMD's 3950X. The Ryzen 9 3950X was the very first one. 13900K is the first one? Well, see, the thing is, I don't count Intel's 13900K. Okay, yes, the 13900K is a 32 thread, but it is not a true 16 core because it only has 8 P cores. 16 E cores is not the same as 16 P cores. AMD's the 7950X is a true 16 P core 32 thread. Intel's is not. So I don't think Intel actually ever had a true 16 P core 32 thread CPU, now that I think about it. So I guess the 13900K technically is the first one then. That's really weird. Oh, wait a minute. Well, no. Okay. The 12900K. 12900K is a 8 plus 8. Yeah. Wait, no, that's not 32 threads though. That's only 24 threads. Yeah. Intel actually never made a true native 16-core mainstream desktop CPU. Wow, that's interesting. I learned something new today. Alright, guys, well, that's basically going to be it. I don't really have anything else to discuss. I guess the last thing I'll look at is these Chagall CPUs here. So you can see the price, right? Like, this is it. So typically the most common one that people buy is this one right here. This one, $3,200. This is the most common one because this is a 32 thread, this is a 32 core, 64 thread. Then there's this one, 24 core, 48 thread. And then there's this one, 64 core, 128 threads. This one, this one is not really worth it because it's like if you're buying into the a workstation platform, you're gonna definitely want more cores than like whatever the maximum mainstream one is. So why did Intel move to a hybrid setup? Because they didn't have. So Intel did that because of power consumption. Primarily because of power consumption, and they were behind on the node technology for so long. That's the reason why. I mean that's not what I think. That's the actual reason. Like that's the answer. It's because their node was too far behind TSMC, and they needed to be competitive with AMD. Otherwise, they were going to continue to lose in the data center. What would it take to cool that? No, you can cool it with air. My Threadripper was on an air cooler. It was called the Wraith Ripper from Cooler Master. The Wraith Ripper. You can use one of these. Hold on, let me find the page. Yeah, this thing. This is what I had on mine. AMD Ryzen Threadripper from Cooler Master. It's called the Wraith Ripper. The air cooler for the 32-core Ryzen Threadripper 2990WX. Now, I never had this one. I had the 2950X, which is a 16-core, but it works the same way. So this is what I used. So you can use an air cooler, and Noctua makes them. This is a dual tower heatsink. Obviously, it's going to be a dual tower heatsink. It's always going to be a dual tower heatsink for these type of big giant CPUs. But yeah, that's an air cooler. That's what I use. If you guys want to see what my Threadripper computer looked like back when I still had it, go look at my 2950X versus 7950X DaVinci Resolve comparison video. I think I do show this on camera briefly, so you will actually see the Wraith Ripper if you actually want to see. But yeah, you can cool with air. You just have a really, really big, beefy air cooler like this. You'd be surprised, like in the real, like in most organizations where they deploy like big workstations, they're not using liquid cooling, I should say. Like liquid cooling is kind of a gimmick in my mind. Like I've talked about, like people, when I did my video talking about how to tame the beast, basically, like how to make the 3900K not instantly thermal throttle. People were saying like, why don't you just use a liquid cooler? Because the liquid cooler doesn't fix the problem. That's the reason why. The problem isn't the liquid cooler. The problem is the CPU just puts out way too much heat that no like consumer grade cooling solution can handle it. You basically have to go with some exotic custom loop, and I'm not about to do that just because the CPU uses 300 watts. I'm of the opinion I don't want to run liquid near my electronics if at all possible. So that gives me peace of mind that I never have to worry about leaks. I never have to worry about a pump failing. So I know 2 people that had leaks. I know 1 person that had their pump fail. I even know a Twitch live streamer that their pump failed and they had to cancel their stream for the day because their PC like overheated and shut down. So yeah, that's some of the reasons why I'll never use water. Like it's cool for like a hobby build or something, but not to use for like production. If the 1300K is set to that, is it slower than... Yes, it is. So I'll tell you right now, I did that, and you can go watch my video. I'll give you the numbers. I still remember the number. So if you set the 1300K to 253 watts, your Cinebench score will drop to 32,000. So your Cinebench score will be around 32. I have the video. It's on YouTube. You can go look it up. It's basically how to enable eco mode on the 1300K. It drops your Cinebench score down to 32,000. Whereas AMD, the score on the AMD Ryzen is like 30. It's like stock is around 38,000, if I remember correctly. The Intel stock is also, it's higher. Intel stock is higher. But if you loop Cinebench for more than 10 minutes, then Intel actually starts losing, or it becomes almost the same, because it's heating up way too much. So, but if you enable eco mode on the 7950X, so if you make it the 105 watt eco mode, which I also have a video on, it will drop its performance down to like 35,000. So Intel loses more when you drop the TDP to 253. But it's 100% stable though, because the thing that I said in that video is that undervolting doesn't guarantee 100% stability. It doesn't. It's guaranteed, like someone can try to go do an undervolt and then go and run Forspoken's benchmark and then see if your CPU is stable. So power limiting is the only way to lower the heat, lower the thermal throttling issue, or getting rid of the thermal throttle issue, and then also not having to worry about instability. I don't agree with them. I don't agree with them because what they don't tell you, what those YouTubers tell you is they don't tell you that you have to stability test for like so many hours in so many different applications because CPU-Z's not going to tell you if it's stable. Cinebench also won't really tell you if it's fully stable. Some games might not even tell you that it's fully stable, but other games will make it clearly unstable if you go and run those games. Like MMOs will tell you almost, within like an hour. Forspoken probably will tell you, so yeah. So if you want to if you want to tame the temperature and power consumption, really the most practical answer is power limiting. See, what I do, my approach is I think about how organizations run their machines. How do companies who make money, how do they actually run their machines? I can guarantee you, they're not overclocking their PC. They're not undervolting any of their hardware. They are running it plain Jane stock, and or they're actually running it slower than what it's supposed to be running it. Now, I won't do that, but they are not using anything that's like, they're not going to run unlimited power mode on their motherboards. They're going to run it at the enforced stock settings from Intel or AMD. And they're not going to run their memory outside of the JEDEC speeds either. So whatever Intel or AMD says is the maximum official speed, that's what they're going to run their memory at. They don't care about XMP or Expo. Like, they don't do that. That's not what they do. Like, guaranteed, that's not how companies operate. Like, and the thing is, look at laptops. Laptops don't have these stupid problems with games crashing and all this other stuff because they don't go and mess with the settings. The laptops, they don't run their RAM like at 6,000 megahertz or faster. They don't run like their GPU with some weird undervolt. No. Like Google Stadia, GeForce Now, PlayStation Now, all those streaming game services, like, I can guarantee you those guys, those companies are not, Nvidia is totally not undervolting their server rack that has those 3080s for GeForce Now. Guaranteed they're running those things, like, underclocked. They're not running them at stock. They're running them underclocked. They're running them slower than what they sell you. Because they want those things to be running 24/7 every single day, and rock solid stable. They care about stability and reliability, not about like top FPS just because, oh, I got 160 FPS or whatever. No, that's ridiculous. Blah with the sub. I appreciate it. But anyway, yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, my channel, like, this YouTube channel is not going to advocate for undervolting or overclock. Well, we will cover it. We'll talk about it. And we'll show how to do it. But we're not, like, I'm not going to tell you, oh, undervolt your computer. You'll get, like, way less heat and way less power consumption while getting better performance. Because that's not an accurate statement. That's not the full picture. So I care more about, like, the technology itself and what it does, as opposed to just trying to squeeze out frames for whatever superficial reason, because that to me has no long-term value. So anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for this stream. It was a very interesting stream. I didn't expect it to go so long, and we went off the deep end on, like, multiple different topics, like, all over the place. Maybe I should try to stick to a better agenda next time. But I don't know. I kind of think, like, these free-form discussions are probably the better live streams, looking back at some of the content that's talked about. So yeah, maybe I'll try to comb through some of the content that was talked about in this stream and maybe turn some of that into its own YouTube video, like an actual YouTube video as opposed to just like live content. But I don't know, the live content seems to be, this format seems to work pretty well. The only problem is these streams end up really, really long, and it's very hard to find the specific thing. But I can always go back and put in timestamps. So I'll probably have to change the title of the video though. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Very interesting stuff overall. Yeah, we covered like a lot of things. Overcurrent protection on like why a computer shuts off while gaming, probably because of the power supply. And lots of stuff. So anyway, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. And once again, thank you all for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.